Volta o som, Sas, volta o som.
Paulinho, na escuta.
Sem clear é foda.
Paulinho, o microfone 6, deixa ele aberto.
Eu vou fazer na plenária. Na plenária é o mic da plenária, mano. Atenção, mic 6 vai falar. Atenção, Sas, diminui som. 3, 1.
Senhoras e senhores, boa tarde. Pedimos a gentileza de ocuparem seus
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Please take your seats. Soon we will start our plenary session afternoon round.
Senhoras e senhores,
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We ask you kindly to take your seats. Soon we will be starting the afternoon round. Good afternoon. You're all very welcome to Casa de Seguros. We are a strategic hub for insurance connecting business to watch and to move forward. So I thank you very much for being here today. Today we will talk about sustainable finances at CNseg. We have CNseg, Ambima, and Febraban. We aim to debate strategies for the financing and climate transition and the strengthening of the role of the sector, financial sector, in the construction of economy of low carbon. Headsets will be available outside as we have simultaneous interpretation. Please grab yours before we start the afternoon round. The entire program can be reached by our website, casadoseguro.org.br, or QR code scanned, and the QR code is on our screen. I will invite to stage Diogo de Oliveira, President of CNseg. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor to be here. I was talking to Trabuco and Ivan, saying that this is our vision and this is under our control. What is not under our control is the presence of this audience. So thank you very much, because all this makes sense if we can talk to people and bring and share our message. Today, we have the Forum for Sustainable Finances, which is a present topic in the climate agenda worldwide. Probably more than half of COP's discussions are about funding or financing, how we will fund an economical transition and how to make this funding feasible, what are the adequate tools for that. And that's where we start, how to manage risks and manage risks allocation within this economy. For a long time, I've said the following sentence that people get surprised when they hear, but it's pure truth. In modern countries with financial systems that are evolved, such as Brazil, we do not have funding problem. You don't have funding problem. Capital exists and capital circulates, and it can go around 10 times paying, going from one hand to the other. The problem is not capital, it's the allocation of risks. It's how you will trust to put a money in a certain investment. You have to check what are the risks of this business, what are the returns, and that's where insurance comes. We are having a wide growth of the risks associated to climate. And to allocate these risks in an adequate way will be key for the transition, the ecologic transition that we aim in order to reach a more sustainable society. That's why we brought to COP Casa do Seguro. That is not only this construction, this building, it is the agenda. On the last 29 COPs, insurance topic was absent, wasn't there. It's all for our fault, but also for non-acknowledgement of the individuals and the speakers. But now at COP, we are here sharing the message that insurance has an important part so that the society can live better with climate changes, but also to have entrepreneurship in the projects that are necessary in this transition. I was talking to Flanegi and I said, there are no investments without insurance. People are not always alert to that, but if you're constructing a highway, a plant, an industry, you need insurance for that investment. Unfortunately, on our private lives, we still have a huge protection gap in Brazil. Brazil still has 15% only of its residences with insurance. Less than the 5% of the planted land in Brazil is insured. And we have seen climate events becoming more frequent, being heavier. The last one, which was a severe one in Paraná in the south, before COP, just to remind us that this is a serious problem and we have to dedicate into finding solutions and conditions to solve that. CNseg has tried to implement an insurance for catastrophe to help the vulnerable population, which cannot have an insurance. So in the absence of these mechanisms, the association is made by the budget of the governments. As we don't have a protection system for the society, at each disaster, the public budget has to cover for the consequences. And this has been a huge expense. We gave some spoilers. The radar of climate events in Brazil and the impact in our sector has been around 60 billion reais per year of damages caused in Brazil in the last 3 years. That's approximately 15% covered of that value was covered by insurance. The 60 billion, 50% in the agro-business sector. So I'm talking about an industry that is responsible by 25% of the GDP of Brazil and that will suffer more climate events and therefore is not secured. We've talked about this with Carlos, with the minister, Carlos, and Quadros, and he told us that they are very concerned about this, and they are thinking about a new model for the rural insurance from next year on. So I'm just exemplifying so that you can have an idea of the importance of our dialogue, our presence at COP, because from this point on, we will actually have the government, authorities, and speakers alert and sensible to find solutions, having objective solutions, and the time is passing. We are behind. Other countries have already worked on some programs, bigger or smaller. Mexico has a huge system for catastrophe risks coverage, where insurance is paramount. Countries in Europe all have their systems, and their systems are working. And Brazil needs to actually step ahead. And at last, I want to highlight the partnerships with other sectors of our economy. That's why we're here today, because we aim through this dialogue with Febraban and BIMA. I thank you for the support and partnership of both of you. And here at Casa do Seguro, each day we have a special partner, the automotive, infrastructure, agribusiness, cooperatives are here. So each day we have a partner. And our purpose is to understand and dialogue, talk to each sector, talk to each link in order to build what is needed together. It's very clear. We see the models of other countries, and we understand that the insurance sector alone will not be able to deliver complete solutions, and the government won't be able to be responsible alone to cover the costs. So we need a hybrid situation. We need a hybrid solution to combine instruments to protect society as society should be protected. I also want to say, once again, thank you all for being here. Thank you for the partnership, and I wish you all an excellent panel, an excellent afternoon, exchanging ideas, knowledge, and I want to say that Casa dos Seguros is open, and we have our air conditioning working today. So you can stay here, refresh yourselves, and thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you, Diogo. Now I'd like to invite to stage Mr. Carlos José da Costa André, Ambima's president. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I want to say thanks to CNseg on the person of Diogo for offering this opportunity to do this joint work at Casa do Seguro. Also, I want to congratulate Febraban. Dr. Tarabuco is here representing Febraban, and my friends from Ambima, and all the participants. For us from Ambima, it's been a great honor to be able to somehow support this event at Casa dos Seguros and to be beside CNseg and Febraban. It's putting forces together that has never happened before, but shows the relevance and urgency to advance when the subject involves sustainable finances. Undoubtedly, banks, stock market have a decisive actually role for a carbon economy, and we have to manage risks in an adequate way and foster the productive sustainable chains. This journey is already ongoing, and this event is a proof of that. Last week, we from Ambima were at the Global Forum of PRI. It's an initiative of the United Nations that talks about the responsible investment principles. Not coincidentally, this event happened for the first time in Brazil, in Sao Paulo, right before the start of COP30. For Ambima, sustainability is not only about PRI meetings or COP. Sustainability is a subject that is on our daily basis, on our debates, and on our Ambima's discussions that involve stock market and the financial market. Part of our mission somehow is to contribute so that the capital market can develop considering this topic. Our coverage in Ambima is very broad. It includes initiatives for the participants on the sell side and investors on the buy side, represented by banks, brokers, platforms, and institutional participants. Our sustainability activities are based on 3 pillars. The first one is related to information and data. You have always all heard about standardizing information, taxonomy, and we cannot advance in this agenda if we don't consider the observed costs for the market, if we do not have available information, and if we haven't possibility to compare. So Ambima and capital market has the broader possibilities for this market. The second is the good practices pillar. We have created a guideline to identify funds for sustainable investments and another for ISG public bids. We start with recommendations of good practices for the market, and now we are evolving on a topic for self-regulation, establishing clear rules for the sustainable funds and for the ones that apply ESG practices on their management. The third is education. That's paramount for the participants of the market, whether they are small or groups of finance institutions and the ones related to ESG topics for the economic projections. Another initiative that I'd like to exemplify is the creation of the Ambima's Sustainability Network. It's a forum where we invite not only members of the financial market, but members of the society who are interested in contributing and debating sustainability through the capital market. In Brazil, we have several natural resources, biodiversity, which is extraordinary, extensive preserved area, renewable energy sources, and these assets are becoming each day more valuable. And that puts Brazil in the midst of the global potencies when we talk about nature. Also carbon market and bioeconomy. And of course, all these agendas can advance with capital market, but also having resources. And nothing would happen without funding. And that's where the capital market comes as a source that is a reliable and potent one to diverge the resources, to converge actually. And we cannot talk on a bigger direction for resources and ESG if we don't have a macroeconomic environment that somehow can potentialize and allow investments for these possibilities of investments or opportunities. So I believe that I should also say that while we don't go ourselves towards a tax balance that allows the central bank to work with tax rates that will drop, we'll always have a huge competition on the side of fixed revenues, having investors on several categories. And in order to grow, we have to work together. That's why this partnership, CNseg, EMB, and FEBRABAN is so important. There's no better moment to advance in this scope rather than now. Brazil being the core of climate discussions right now, and I believe that the resources that are necessary will arise from this moment so that we can make the necessary adaptations. And I'm sure that we are constructing the future of sustainable finances here in Brazil, and therefore we have all the elements that are necessary on our table. We just have to put our hands and start working. This is COP of implementation and not the COP of debate. So thank you for inviting me to talk besides CNseg and FEBRABAN, and thank you all for being here. Thank you so much, Carlos. I'd like to invite to stage Mr. Luis Carlos Trabuco, the president of the Council of FEBRABAN, board director of FEBRABAN. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I'd like to say thanks to Diogo de Oliveira for the initiative of Casa de Seguros that can converge with us here at FEBRABAN, and to you, Carlos, president of Ambima. It's a great honor to be together here. With us, João Borges, FEBRABAN's communication director, and Oliva, who is responsible for sustainability. I do believe that we, after 33 years of the first COP initiative, which was Rio 92, we are celebrating COP30. Among several things that I could say that we are celebrating several things because we have expanded our consciousness or awareness towards sustainability. There is a series on TV, I believe, called Pluribunds. And the series, I'm not going to make a marketing, but what it means is different countries, different cultures, different values, different postures, but united for a sole effort. And COP grounds all this spirit of union in order to make the world a better place. And Brazil has favorable conditions to lead this climate transition. The advantages to Brazil, competitive advantages that transform in the advantages that transform into competitive advantages compared to other economies help us in the way that we have a clean energy matrix aligned and understanding that we have 22% of renewable energy compared to the world with 8%. Biofuel leadership and agribusiness leadership being very sustainable and proves that we have increased 100% of the land for agriculture, but 140% increase in the agricultural results. And Embrapa, who is supported by us, is launching at COP the zoning that is an eco-agro in Brazil to recover degraded lands. the amount of pastures and degraded lands that don't capture carbon. The opposite. It's when we have a balanced ground or soil, it releases carbon to have the planet in equilibrium. And then there is an integration of crop, forest, and cattle. And the banks are at the front funding this investment. That's why after 33 years of COPs, we do have to celebrate. Celebrate because credits of a green economy are very clear. The Brazilian bank system has 21% of the credit lines, or 450 billion reais for the green economy. And Febraban's taxonomy, which was settled together with the system, can be classified, as I said. Febraban also evolved something that is important, which is the self-regulation, environmental and social self-regulation. They are sector protocols to manage deforestation risks in the entire agribusiness chain. Emissions of the labeled titles have an important pathway for us to cover. I'm talking about 58 billion reais, but this is just the first step in order to have sustainable debts with sustainability characteristics. The commitment with net zero is a commitment of the financial system, and it's important that the clients are net zero, not only the banks. That's why Febraban found a way to have a document that details the commitments of the bank for sustainable finances. We are also disseminating the hub of sustainability and climate, aiming to transform a database of a certain sector to guide the transition within the financial system. Simultaneously, the risks of deforestation. And for me, it's important that through the programs Eco Brazil and this other one, to have climate investments together with BNDES, which has been a frontline and very active for the construction of a certification company or agent to check what cannot be measured. And whatever cannot be measured, we cannot see what is the evolution like. And the challenges for the next steps is to have a regulation, a base for regulation that can strengthen the data. The importance of the Brazilian taxonomy that may communicate with the other ones generated by other countries. Prudent incentives is another pathway. This financing for green assets is neutral. It's necessary to reach Basilea's framework to acknowledge the differentiated sustainable assets. And this will deliver capital and finances for the sustainable activities. That's why carbon market seems to us to be a huge evolution related to regulation, to the structure at COP30. In the proportion that the market starts working, it is a market that gives bonus to the ones that are favoring the planet and for the ones that are destroying the planet. So being this a finance asset checked in the capital market, we understand that the market will not solve all, but a functional market in the carbon market will help advancements for the launching of derivatives in this market. Why not? And this is such a very important market. And we are being challenged to improve the country and to improve the water in the planet. And I cannot forget to say that for me, is to talk about statistics. When we improve the planet, we are improving sanitation, having clear water for people. And it doesn't matter if the capital is a private state capital or multinational capital. What is important is to have a more adequate sanitation for the population who lives in the urban areas, in cities, and also in the fields. And I'd like to remind you something that many of you already know, but the drama of having in the world the bleach of to have garbage in the Pacific Ocean, garbage that floats and that is concentrated between the United States and Asia. 1,600,000 square kilometers of floating trash, floating garbage, plastic. This is the size of France. This is the size of the Amazon that is floating, creating a non-sustainability. It's destroying the quality of the oceans and seas. And if we have 95% of our body as water, the preserving water is paramount so that we have sustainability. And the banks are tuned on this fight line and dissemination line so that we can have a more sustainable world. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being here. And we will have important talks for our reflection and also for the expansion of our consciousness. Thank you, Mr. Luis Carlos. Our first panel is entitled Plan for Ecological Transformation, Contributions for the Finance Sector. We will talk about finance and insurance sectors in the decisive role in implementation and how the financing can help for the transition of Brazil into an economy of low carbon. I invite to stage for the opening of the panel, Tatiana Rosito, the Secretary of International Relations of the Ministry of Finance. Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor to be here in Belém with all of you. I want to say thank you, Diogo, for the CNseg invitation so that I could be here. We are paving this for a while since G20 here in Belém at the Climate Task Force. It was great to hear the previous panels and to be here with Sorry, we had some Wi-Fi issues. But in case they cannot be here, we will gather again. Everybody wants to tackle the issues of the advancements. And if we think about it, centuries that we have actually gone through until we reached this point, and recently awareness about that very clearly, and Brazil is important since Rio 92. It's a very recent idea, and the major participation of the private sector is found several times. A bigger participation on capital markets in COP26, and we saw other participations, but the agenda has strengthened. Since then, it's a part that cannot be put apart. We got ready in the government as a whole for COP30, a clear vision of this role that was referred for leadership and opportunities that we have in Brazil. And in terms of opportunities, it was clear at G20 when we were thinking about the financial aspects, trying to put in the center of the agenda some of the topics that today are paramount and that were mentioned, whether about blended finance or country platforms that at that time, a year has passed, and an idea of everything that maybe I'd like to start talking about, which is the necessity of a partnership that is a differentiated one among between the public and private sectors, talking about the civil society. Challenges that we've seen today are here, but there is an opportunity for sustainability and green investments moving forward. This wasn't obvious. This has started 30 years ago, maybe 20 years ago. This has started to actually happen. Here, the green investments are a pathway for the increase of productivity for investments that today are cheaper than investments that can damage or harm the environment. But each time more, and this is interesting to see in the first panel when we talk about climate, we are talking even more than that. We are talking about sustainability as a whole, then climate, then sustainability. So this COP in the Amazon and having Brazil as a main actor, we are talking about nature, and nature as an important element to address the climate crisis. And this also relates to the capital market. I'd like also to mention the happiness to have prepared ourselves with a national or domestic agenda that is linked to the foreign agenda that is being fostered by Brazil at G20, BRICS, and now at COP. It was prepared with a lot of consciousness, having finance towards major objectives and political ones, and BRICS, which was coordinated by us together with the central bank. We launched a converging dialogue with our partners at the climate sector during BRICS, and also a statement on climate financing. That was the first time this happened. Now, at COP, it's evident and it motivates us to see the acknowledgement of an agenda that has been developed around the topic, which is the plan for ecological transformation that aims to deal with management, regulations, and incentives, whether of tributes or taxes, to address this new moment where investment is the engine for growth, and that Brazil is seen as a sole opportunity. So from these 3 past years, we started to follow not only the legislative agenda around elements such as the clean fuels, the carbon market, and other areas like the regulation area. We have just launched taxonomy, the Brazilian sustainable taxonomy. And that other taxonomies that could be constructed here. And the first green bonuses, and Brazil has a big potence. We are sovereign, let's say, for 2 years, and this was paramount to. We are also thinking about concessionaries and the creation of Eco Invest. With mixed finances to mitigate. They are offered in auctions. The signs that we get from the market that we will announce the National Treasury, the 4th auction, and we are in the midst of the 3rd auction that offers equity capitals. And this is an instrument that has been developed by the National Treasury together with the Inter-American Bank of Development, BID, and it has been replicated in the world by BID based on studies and the applications that we have done in Equity Invest. And the carbon market, the Ministry of Finance has just created in a formal way a secretariat for carbon market. It's an extraordinary secretariat that, while we don't have an independent authority, it will work and advance in terms of monitoring, verification, and other necessities that are basic ones so that this can be implemented in the coming years. And as mentioned here by Mr. Trabucco, this is an accelerator and it's a signal, not isolatedly. It has its potential, but jointly with all these tools, we also created this platform, Brazil for climate investments in ecological transformation, which is a platform known as a 2nd generation platform coordinated by the Ministry of Finance together with environmental mines and energy ministry, development and commerce. And at BNDES, there is a secretariat that is paramount. And the role of BNDES with all its experience as a public bank has been paramount for the consolidation of it. The platform is now 1 year old. We have around 15 projects. We are about $2 billion, and it was done in a programmatic way. So there are several projects, but it is a strategy of choices of projects that are related to programs that are specific ones and that reflect the commitment with the climate plan, with the contribution that Brazil determines, and also with sectorial programs in the 3 tiers, whether in bioeconomy, solutions based on nature, such as also pastures and degraded lands recovery in the transition, the sector of energy transition and decarbonization and urban mobility, and urban transport. So also those innovative technologies, that's where risks are. And we need partnerships, innovative partnerships from the state with the private sector, signaling the market. And we are bringing to the platform, not only through regular meetings, the finance institutions, but the multilateral banks, and we want to do what is on the agenda, and as possible, try to standardize or make it easier to actions, so that the actions can happen in certain areas of Brazil to work degraded lands, sustainable fuel for the for some companies, for aircrafts. And the agenda has also another topic. It's a search that is an innovative search for the conservation of forests. It's the Fund for Tropical Forests, TFFF, that acknowledges the importance to create instruments that meet buy side, that meet the investors and try to standardize it all. I also would like to mention an initiative from now to the end that tries to add this domestic external agenda, which is the Circle of Finance Ministers for COP30, together with the participation of the civil society sector. We noticed that for us to start action and implement things, the work of several areas, but mainly in understanding the financial access, the work of the finance ministry, treasury ministry, will be paramount to mobilize 1.2 trillions for the underdeveloped countries. So Baco Belém 1.3. I believe that despite the amount, emerging countries and developing countries will be the main players of this transformation and the main destination of investments for the growth we need to get out of the climate crisis. So that's why the 1.3 trillion and also the negotiations, the consensus around capital and billions that will need to be converged. So thinking about the Ministry of Finances, and we gathered 35 ministries of finance, of the Treasury actually, together with advanced countries, relative developed countries, islands, large developing countries that together with us built an agenda. We have the statement of the ministers on the 15th of October, together with the World Bank and the Monetary Fund. It was discussed as a mobilization and engagement that lasted 1 year, the entire year, several sessions around the globe with the private sector together with the civil society. And 5 priorities are in the middle of it and are the core. So the concessional capital and the climate multilaterals. There's no understanding that this capital fund and will be needed to unlock some technologies, and then the multilateral banks that are developing that actually play a central role to foster new structures inclusively for guarantees and insurance, and more multilateral banks are encouraged to mobilize private capital and to change its operations so that they can guarantee. And it's very clear that the World Bank has created a platform putting all the guarantees of the 5 members of the group together. The third agenda is to strengthen the domestic capacities, thinking about solutions such as solutions for the debts, solutions such as exchange of other kinds of debts that are growing around the globe that need to breathe, and the strengthening of the domestic capital through countries' platforms in an interaction that is a closer one together with public banks. As an example, BNDES, that has been a model in this area. The fourth priority are the innovative instruments for private capital mobilization. We are talking about guarantees of first losses, and we have to look towards the insurances of the institutional investors, knowing that they are investors next to its assets. There are some interesting things that are being launched for securitization to open space for commercial banks' capitals and commercial banks as well, going towards the financial side to scale finances. And the fifth area that was also mentioned is the area for regulation, both prudential regulation, where we can think about the regulation of banks, and also in the sector of insurance. We are talking about regulation instruments such as improving the interoperability of taxonomies and the carbon market. We are going to work here in Brazil about taxonomy, the Ministry of Finance and Europe and China, but also the markets, the carbon markets. It's an open collision for the carbon market, aiming to accelerate the implementation of these markets and to avoid that they can be configured through incentives. I want to close with 5 ideas based on this work and the 5 ideas. First, saying that the action is a fact per se. Brazil is an example of that, and several others. So it's important that each time we think about what has been done on the financial sector and others, but we have several challenges to overcome. Numbers show that private capitals for a developing world, we want to reach 600 billion on this capital that are the foreign capital, not summing the internal one. So it's around 140 million. We have to multiply it 15 times, and we have to work all these instruments in this agenda. Also, the emergency factor. Urgency is well placed, and we have to put this urgency. We have to understand the history depth that we have, and the ones who developed again. We have to think about the finance tax impacts. We have to understand what it will mean to states, municipalities. We have to understand adaptation, the consequences of adaptations. The investments that are adapting can actually tackle the long-term investments so that we have a compatible infrastructure to climate change. But also, much more than that, we have to think about productive investments based on new technologies. The third point is the need of standardization. And it's paramount, and we are working for that. And to wrap up, I would say that the pathway is about developing a public-private partnership, which is a solid one with mechanisms and that understand the important role of regulation. And we have demonstrated that we are giving all the steps, all the correct steps in Brazil and It's an honor to open today's panel and to be here today. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Tatiana. We now call to compose the main panel together with Tatiana Henkel Fischer, Chairman from Unify, Denise Tavadina, Counselor, Consultant from Capítulo Brasileiro, Taka Takahashi, Director of Angima and Coordinator from Ambima Sustainability. Thank you very much. I wish you all a great panel. Thank you, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here in this very special moment. It's just like a friend of mine that has been working on sustainability, as Julie says, we live to see. Here we are. I will moderate this panel here with Denise. She has been a great partner of Ambima, and we have a third panelist, Danyoshpi, that perhaps will gather us. We will start our agenda for the day today, and I would like to use this theme, I've lived to see, and using the speech of our ambassador that has commented on this journey that we have done till getting here. So many things happened. So I would quote as an example, which is truly relevant within this agenda, the ecological transformation plan, which I think is the big umbrella of what has happened. And it's always good for us to look at things with the perspective of the half full glass, but without forgetting the challenges that we have ahead of us. Of course, we had the issuing of sovereign bonds, which helped us not just to constitute the climate fund, but also to bring us a perception about our country. We've been through Eco Invest. We are in its 4th edition, 3 editions which were successful, where we can see that there is an adherence to what the private sector expected from the public sector. Once you have a good amount of projects which the private sector has brought to the Eco Invest. So initiatives like this certainly support us. And we see the attitude of the regulator as well when the IFS S1, S2 was launched. Our regulator said, we are committed to voluntarily having our listed companies adopting this until 2027. So all these attitudes show there's an alignment among many sectors which are extremely relevant for this agenda to go on in the speed it has to go on, and with the challenge that all that demands of us. After all, we have a commitment of 1.2 trillion of resources which are needed for the climate transition. We have reached Belém, but we can't stop here. In the next COPs, we will continue having the need to find resources to be able to promote the funding of climate transition the way it needs to be done without leaving anyone behind, which is truly important. So I will start asking a question to our dear panelists of today. How do you see this level of collaboration? Of course, we have managed to get here with a lot of collaboration of different sectors and segments. And we have here an example of this collaboration. CNseg is with us. We have also the banking sector through FEBRABAN, and we have the capital markets through Ambima. So how do you see the level of collaboration that has been happening among these segments? And how do you obviously see the blanks that have to be filled? So I'll start with Denise. If you want to start. I think this partnership is truly important and fundamental because we have gaps from the point of view of instruments, tools, the risk issue as well. Insurance is fundamental, and also capital. So, and also education. So Ambima is doing a very important work with the help of Defense, which I am representing today, which is an alliance for net zero. They are strategic for this group and also for the construction of VIP. And the idea is to identify the points and the gaps which exist and try to find solutions as a group. So I think partnership is the best solution so that we can accelerate the capturing of resources for this transition. We have clear, good examples that, for example, in case of BIP, we managed to identify projects which may be financed and which are of national interest and that may be financed or funded, but we need offtake contracts, we need insurances because there are some years in which the project does not give results yet. We need head because there is exchange rate risk as well. So we have a number of blanks that have to be filled so that projects can go on. On the other hand, we have important volumes which require capital to be able to attract more investors, more financiers. So Defense is a partnership between the private sector to try to fill in those blanks and also to capture resources and create new instruments. So I think we have the best of the best, let's say, because all these organizations together certainly will bring a solution. Okay, please. Renko, what's your view? You are always engaged, UNEP5, with all these challenges that have been here in Brazil. I would like to hear from you as well. What's your view about collaboration?
industry associations to create the demand. My final point is going to be, and sorry, I'm listening myself now. My final point is going to be, it's not only about supply and demand when it comes about the climate solutions. And we may be good there, that you have all of the supply and all of the demand for the things that we need. At the same time, we need to reduce the supply and the demand for all of the things that we don't want anymore for the future. I mean, so build up the constructive, the green, the sustainable, at the same time, bring down the perhaps not that green, the perhaps very carbon intensive, and the things that over time we need to phase out. So it's also about increasing the flow here, creating supply and demand here, at the same time here, decreasing the flows, and then supply and demand.
Okay, of course, it's a process. I think it's a process. I will let him, as you know.
Denise, se quiser em português, fica à vontade.
Denise, if you want to speak Portuguese, I'm sorry, there's a mixture, so there's a full audience here to listen to you. Okay, I'll let him speak because he's an entrepreneur. He can talk about it, but what we see is a process. I think Febraban has done a fantastic work since the beginning, making people aware, TCFT, it was called, and they answered readily. So Brazilian banks are aware, are working with that. We have many examples. So I think there is an awareness. I always thought that banks would be the ones to let the companies aware. Now they have formal obligations of report. So they're doing a close work to the companies. Today, we had lunch with a company, which is from agribusiness, and the person commented that they will present very soon a work exactly about what you mentioned, is how to reduce the emission in the next few years. So it is a fantastic work. Of course, I will not be able to say what it is, but there is some work being prepared and reductions are on their way. So I am sure the financial sector, the investors will be there. Of course, there is a gap again in terms of capitalistic capital, concessional capital, because the first years are not so profitable. But I think the awareness is raised. Okay, I'll just ask our dear Dan Oshpi. Okay, he's our champion, Dan Yoshpi, for COP30, for a reason, for everything he has done for years on this agenda. So then I'll tell you a little bit about the first question that I asked it to Denise and the Renko collaboration. It was about collaboration. I think you have been through that, mainly after André, our president. I think you were the first person that gave us a view of what is working together with people. So how do you see collaboration? We talked about the insurance market, the capital markets. Okay, what about the entrepreneurial market? How do you see it? Welcome. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I was here last week. They were still building things here. So it's a pleasure to be here with you. What I can say is that we don't have conditions to deploy if we don't have this collective effort spirit, this joint effort. André maybe has used it intuitively first, but when you look at questions which have to be addressed for you to be able to reach the goals of the Paris Agreement, which is basically deployment climate agenda, well known and with with a lot of technology and solutions which are widely known, they of course find many obstacles on its way. And that's why we need joint effort, community work party, task force. It's a work of everyone to be able to achieve that. I like examples. If we look at sustainable fuels for aviation, SAF in Brazil, this is a great theme for debate on the transition, how it would be for the maritime or even road transport, generation of energy, forests, or the recovery of degraded areas. So we have 30 key objectives. But just to get one as an example, how do we scale that in a decisive way in a short period of time? We will conclude that we have to deal with technology, we have to deal with supply side, demand side, offtake agreements, financing, insurance, airport infrastructure, all the links in the value chain. And if we don't do that in a more organized way, the efficiency of the process falls apart in a way. We will get there, but perhaps we'll get there too late. And the cost of adaptation and resilience will be much over the ones that we expect. So this might drain resources as well. So the main effort, I think, is the central one, is this one. How do we organize ourselves? Then the presidency of COP30 with this group that I lead in the United Nations, we decided to work on a unified agenda of climate action that would think more clearly how this would work 365 days a year, every year. It doesn't matter where COP is next year. So we established these axes, the 6 central axes, the 30 main objectives, to try to find solutions and unbottle this bottleneck, let's say. So this work has started in July, but it starts giving results, which we start seeing now, and I hope we will continue to see them with time. But this is the idea behind this task force. Coming from the entrepreneurial world, I think this is the way we should attack problems in real life, in any organization. Okay, so based on what you said and what Denise has said, of course, all this organization, like you mentioned, is fundamental so that things can happen, connect the dots, let's say, all the dots, so that you can see the whole picture, because it's not an agenda that you just solve with one sector, with one solution. It is an agenda that demands a lot. It demands many different kinds of initiatives and actions for it to actually happen. So I'll just get a theme here, which I think is extremely important, which is taxonomy, which finally it was launched 2 weeks ago. It was announced by the president 1 week ago, and which was waited for by everyone because taxonomy brings many good examples. We had a great inspiration in the European Union taxonomy, and this can always help us leverage local resources and global resources as well. I usually say that more than just an option, we have to think that we can be a provider for assets, for all the resources which are looking for an address, let's say, and perhaps the taxonomy will be one of the elements that will help us with that. So perhaps I'll start with Denise. How do you see, Denise, our taxonomy, the Brazilian sustainable taxonomy, how GIFANS has been seeing that, and how can it help us? Well, I think it's fundamental for you to really make it clear what each thing means. We've had for a long time many actors, let's say, giving names and meanings as if they were green, let's say, as if these assets were green. But when we start creating these definitions which are clear, we start, first of all, comparing with international assets and who is looking for investment. They start to understand where they should place their resources. So this is part of, let's say, the baseline there. Without the solid basis, all the rest becomes much more complex. So I think it is part of that, just like the policies, regulations, all that is fundamental for us to be able to advance much faster. So I'm very positive with regards to the taxonomy. I think it's good for companies, for investors, and for the country. So undoubtedly, it is fundamental. Henko, what about you? What do you think? What's your view about the taxonomy? Reco commented on the connection between the taxonomy with real economy, which I think is really relevant. So if you could place taxonomy in that context, please, real economy. I was going to do a comment that Renko and Denise approached it as well in the correct way. If we zoom back, I think that was the end of what Renko was saying. In the social economic development, it lacks this sustainability view. To think of a dual way, with or without sustainability, is a true mistake. We are going to drain all society's resources to be able to cope with the disasters that we are going to have. And we are watching that. And it seems to be an ascending curve that. So undoubtedly, the marital way for the global GDP goes through sustainability. And I would say that Brazil is a unique place, disproportionately favorable with regards to sustainability. So we have a demographic bonus once again that we didn't make use of. in our generation, but we have a second chance, let's say, a second turning of the clock with a bonus of sustainability if we make good use of it. So this cycle, and this is my expectation, G20, BRICS, and COP, I hope this helps reinforce a view that with comings and goings, Brazil knows that the best business for Brazil is sustainability. It is this which is going to take us to better places, extending value chains, of course, combined with many other issues. This is a good way. So themes like taxonomy, our secretary, Tatiana, is here. She could talk even better about that than me, because the Ministry of Finance is leading that with great competence. So this is all trying to position the country to make the best use of this enormous opportunity. And an important point, this is a competitive movement. Listening to our colleagues around the world, the reason that the notion that sustainability is just a positive stroll, let's say, entrepreneurial stroll, this is going to be competitive. So when we see China, just to give you an example in favor of China, when we see China that is placing more renewable energy than the rest of the world repeatedly, this will certainly generate a competition. So this view that I brought of Brazil as an option, an excellent option with a possible bonus for sustainability, this will last some time, okay? When we go back to competition among countries or sectors, we will find them in other levels. So just to go back at my practical example, will anyone do SAF that will be consumed around the world? Will we do that? We may think that we will do 2% of the production of aviation fuel, SAF, which would be to stay in the break-even of the socio-economic development. This won't do well. Or we can be down below it or much above it. Depends how we use these tools so that we can have a coherent pack to develop within Brazil our social economy in a sustainable way to really make a difference in these next decades or years. Okay, we are reaching towards the end. There is a clock ticking here, okay? Sorry, the clock is ticking to me here. So I will try to summarize what you have all said, and we are going through a unique moment. It's true that we might have a moment of not missing a good opportunity once again, but for that, we have done some important homework, I think. Tatiana gave us a view of what we have done, mainly with the creation of tools, instruments that adhere to attract investors, not just a local one. We have a blended finance instrument, EcoInvest, that bring all the requisites to be able to attract an investor. And now we have our taxonomy. We are finally going to have a regulated market for carbon. So there are many initiatives which are on the go. I will close then my last question here, asking you what is still missing for us to be able to attract these investors the way we should. What do we have to do? We're talking about, Denise was there, you know a lot about the view that people have about Brazil from abroad. So I would like to hear from Denise, then Renko can tell us also what is the view, and then you will be the last one. Okay, then I think we need to appropriate our capacities and go for the investments. You said the demand is missing. I think there is a lack of offer for projects. Yes, we should do more projects. I think this COP here It was very good for us. It's like a call, you know, a tough call on our society, on our capacities. We are in a deployment moment. So it is good that the government is saying that it is time to deploy, you know, no longer theory, now practice. Let's do it. The money will come. We will get money. The money will come. Good projects, serious people doing it. We will always have investors. We have, of course, many blanks to be filled, yes, but it is in practice that we are going to solve them. It's not thinking about it, thinking how we will do it. I would just like to mention two things. First of all, the associations that they will get together, they're fundamental for us to be able to eliminate barriers, difficulties. Ambima, CNseg, Febraban, who am I forgetting? I'm sorry. All the other supporters, I'm sorry, I can't mention all the names, BNDES, so doing excellent work. So the Ministry of Finance, everyone working together. And I would like to mention also that G Funds follows three strategic initiatives: the Brazil Investment Platform with BNDES, Nature Investment Lab, which is dedicated to nature-based solutions, and with BNDES and Climate Ventures. ITA is not our university, it is the Industrial Transition Accelerator. This is whose main work is to work on decarbonization. There are resources dedicated to innovation. So we have many open fronts. We have to do it. This is what I would say. We have to do it. Excellent. Renko, what about you?
I cannot comment too much on the specifics of you know, Brazilian attraction at the moment of foreign capital. But what is clear to me is that again, what I've said is all of this leadership and all of the as a result of this leadership, all of these instruments that have been put in place recently to de-risk. I mean, the number one, you know, reason at times for international investors to not invest in emerging economies is the risks are too high, so the returns needed become prohibitive. Whether that's real or perceived, at times it's real, at times it's perceived, I don't know. But all of what is being put in place here is, I think, going to mobilize investment, because also what we know is the global capital market, especially the long-term pension funds and those investors, they're also very focused on sustainability. You know, they want long-term sustainability pathways, and I think Brazil is giving that. It's not only about the instrument, it's also about central government, state governments having a clear vision for the future, a clear plan, and saying, this is where we're going, 2030, 2040, 2050. And not only that, but here are the instruments, the plans, the policies in the medium and short term that we're going to put in place. And that is gold for international investors. That's exactly what they want. And so I have no doubt that with everything that is being put in place in this country, you know, the attractiveness for FDI and for other forms of foreign investment are only going to increase massively.
Renko, eu gravei tudo que você falou, viu?
I recorded everything you said, okay, Renko? I recorded everything that you said. Dan, what about you?
I'm not an investor.
Tudo bem. Okay, I think that the key issue is our consistency. Once again, the opportunity is being given. I like to think of practical examples. I'm always thinking about this favorable disproportionality, because this will let us advance in our socio-economical level. So we need to cross barriers for a world that needs solutions that we may have. We will become like a hub for green steel or any kind that could talk well with sustainability. Okay, so just to in the tax system in Brazil, which is in transformation, adding value, exporting, investing, they are three very bad business at the moment. So this is being treated. We need to move all that together. Okay, it's not an easy thing to do, an easy deed, but this is the right way to go. In the same way that we are thinking about a task force for COP, we need to think of a task force for a sustainable socio-economic development in Brazil. We know that if we do otherwise, we will see the results. So I like very much that Denise remembered ITA, the industrial transition, ITA actually. They can see these wonderful projects in Brazil that we sometimes cannot see as Brazilians because they understand the degree of the solution condition that Brazil may have. So in fact, if we can each day put a brick on that construction, a country that talks with sustainability, that gets ready to participate as a solution, help the world generating values to Brazilians in contact with global needs, I think this is a spectacular way. And in 1 or 2 decades would certainly make a meaningful difference to us and to the world. I think the great legacy of this generation, maybe this will be it. I truly hope so. We have worked for that. We hope that COP will be an instrument in that sense. The climate agenda, focusing on deployment, practice, pragmatism, is an attempt for us to be able to touch these very specific points. The focus is a key word, deployment and focus. Okay, so I liked very much what you said, consistency. We are talking about a journey. A journey can only be built with consistency. So it's just like science, conscience, consistency. This is discipline. I would really like to thank Dan, Denise, and Rico for this panel. We had extremely positive views and extremely objective as well, rational about what we have to do. And I think the key word is deployment, joint force, collaboration. Only this way we will get there. So thank you. Thank you so much for being here with us at the beginning of this afternoon. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, now we will go on to the next panel, financing the climate transition. It will approach how the transition to a
low-carbon economies requires from the finance and insurance sectors commitments for mitigation and climate adaptation. The strategic role of the central bank will be discussed, and finance instruments for allocation of resources of funds and situations of real economic impact linked to the ecological transformation plan that aims to put growth, sustainability, and inclusion together. I invite to stage Mr. Gabriel Azevedo, Manager Director of the Social Environmental Governance Division of BID Invest, of BID Invest. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor to be here. A panel after Kaká and Dan, it's always hard to keep up, but I'm happy when I arrived here. Here I saw several insurers, and air conditioning is working, so nobody will faint or break the legs, and it's not working over there. I will speak English because there's simultaneous translation.
It's a real honor, a pleasure to be here. First, I wanted to present our apologies. I know our CEO should be doing this, but he couldn't get here. He's in Jamaica with the recovery efforts after the hurricane in Jamaica. So he sends his apologies and his regards. I hope that I at least can arguably make an even more passionate introduction to this panel. First, because I'm Brazilian. Second, because I manage the sustainability and ESG platform at our bank. It is not only an honor, but an opportunity to be here with the industry today at COP30. IDB Invest is the private arm of the IDB Group. For those who don't know us, as we gather here today, we are at a pivotal moment. The world's climate reality is no longer a distant horizon. It's here. It is in our communities, coastlines, and on our balance sheets. For Latin America and the Caribbean, stakes couldn't be higher, but neither could the opportunities. Our region holds half of the world's biodiversity, a third of the world's fresh water, and some of the most dynamic entrepreneurs in the world. We have the potential not just to adapt, but to lead. Latin America can present itself today at COP30 and beyond as a solution hub for many of the global problems today: food security and energy transition, among others. Our clients at IDB Invest show us the passion and the innovative thinking necessary to capitalize on these opportunities by overcoming the challenges that the changes in climate are posing upon them. Under IDB Invest Plus, we began implementing our new originate to share model, enabled by a $3.5 billion capital increase approved by our shareholders last year. To date, 40 countries have subscribed or committed to subscribe to the capital increase. IDB Invest will reach this year $11 billion in total commitments to the private sector in Latin America and the Caribbean. And we want to present ourselves moving ahead even more as a channel, as a catalyst, not necessarily as a main investor. We want to use our fresh capital not to do more of the same, but to be different, to take more risk, and to facilitate the scale of mobilization necessary to help countries and the private sector in Latin America to capitalize on the opportunities. We have increased our focus on adaptation, finance, and nature-positive investments. In 2024, we totaled $2.3 billion in climate finance. In addition, almost a third of that amount was focused on adaptation, and that's up from 13% in 2020. At IDB Invest, we believe that sustainable finance is development finance done right. So sustainable finance is development finance done right. It's how we turn climate risk into opportunities, how we align public ambition with private action, and how we deliver inclusive and resilient growth for people, for nature, and for businesses. Today, I want to share how we are putting that belief into action, using the same essential pillars for operationalizing sustainable finance to meet climate goals, and that are key elements of discussion during COP. First, policy alignment. Second, disclosure and transparency. Third, innovation capacity building. And fourth, risk management. Let's begin with the first, policy alignment. Harmonizing national and international policies for sustainable investment. Policy alignment is the foundation. When governments, investors, and financial institutions move in the same direction, investment flows. When they don't, momentum stalls. Our job is to close that gap, to support our member countries to make sure that national climate commitments and international finance speak the same sustainable language. At IDB Invest, we are doing this in several ways. For instance, supporting regional sustainable financing taxonomies. We have supported countries like Chile, Colombia, Mexico, Peru, Ecuador, Guatemala, and the Dominican Republic in developing national green and sustainable finance taxonomies. NDC pipeline accelerators. We are helping governments to translate national climate goals into bankable portfolio of projects. Public-private alignment platforms. We work with finance ministers, regulators, and banking and capital market associations to align investment standards, ensuring policy actually unlock, not obstructs, private capital. Pillar 2, disclosure and transparency. Enhancing sustainability disclosure standards and accountability mechanisms. The second pillar is fundamental. If policy is the foundation, transparency is the glue. It builds trust, it lowers risk, and it attracts capital. Investors and insurers can only price risk accurately when they have credible and comparable sustainability data. At IDB Invest, we are raising the bar on disclosure through our green bond transparency platforms, alignment with global standards. We support, for instance, clients in aligning disclosure with IFRS S1 and S2 and TCFD. Last week, during the FinLec event in Miami, FinLec Forum, we launched an automated self-assessment tool that enables financial institutions to use it to identify gaps and to get recommendations from implementing best practices aligned with these standards. Strengthening development effectiveness frameworks so that investors can respond to their constituencies and show the impact that their investments are leveraging. Pillar 3 that I mentioned before, innovation and capacity building. Supporting financial products and services that address climate and development goals. Because climate finance can't scale if local markets don't have the tools, the products, and the skills to participate. So we're investing both in creating new financial instruments and helping local institutions to master them. Here's what they look like. Blue and biodiversity bonds. We've helped countries like Ecuador and Costa Rica issue their first blue bonds just recently. We help countries with the issuance of biodiversity bonds. And we just launched here at COP the Amazon bond, a partnership between the IDB Group and the World Bank Group that has established a framework for the first Amazon bond, and we have subscribed the $100 million. Capacity building for thematic bonds. We have partnered with many institutions across Latin America and the Caribbean. I see Zeca here. Ambima is one of them. They do a great work on capacity building to their constituency, and we are grateful for the opportunity to work with them on building capacity for our markets. And finally, blended finance and for climate inclusion. So we are really focusing on use our access to concessional financing to really work with clients and investors to lever projects that develop or carry the highest impact. No capital, as you all know, is not an unlimited resource. So we have to use it wisely. We have to use it productively, and using our collective knowledge to choose what we do is really critical. And finally, pillar number 4, we all financial institutions, and risk management is part of our day-to-day work. So we can only build resilience if we can measure it, right? Climate change and nature loss are not just environmental concerns, they are financial risks that entail new business opportunities. They affect supply chains, asset values, insurance liabilities, and portfolio stability. That's why IDB Invest is embedding climate and nature risks into everything we do. We have developed a range of climate measurement tools to quantify climate exposure across our portfolio, capturing both physical risks as well as transition risks. Nature-Related Risk and Task Force of Nature-Related Financial Disclosure, TNFD. We are piloting approaches under TNFD to integrate nature dependence and impacts into our decision-making. We also support our clients by offering an automated self-assessment tool for a fast adoption of TNFD best practices. Because nature is not only a footnote, it is a balance sheet item. Climate scenario stress testing. We are running portfolio stress tests under multiple climate scenarios, helping clients identify vulnerabilities early and adapt before disruptions occur. Adaptation finance opportunities are clearly identified through stress testing, so we also support our clients in designing adaptation finance green lines that allow them to build resilient portfolios even if they operate in a highly vulnerable landscape. And finally, insurance as an adaptation tool. Together with insurers and reinsurers, we are designing risk transfer products that protect communities, agricultural fields, and infrastructure from climate shocks and encourage investment in resilience and adaptation. In short, we are helping the financial sector see risk differently, not as a reason to retreat, but as a reason to invest smarter to become a resilient financial sector. So in closing, a call for action. We are at the Action COP. Friends, across all four of the COP30's pillars of actions on sustainable finance, policy, alignment, transparency, innovation, and risk management, one message stands out. Sustainable finance is not a niche. It is the future of finance. At IDB Invest, we see our role as a connector between public ambition and private capital, between policy and performance, between global goals and local action. But we cannot do this alone. We need collaboration between governments, investors, insurance, who see resilience as a shared value. Scale with integrity, growth that remains accountable and inclusive. Urgency with vision, because the climate clock is ticking, but the opportunity is vast. If we align policies, disclose transparently, innovate boldly, and manage risk wisely, then every dollar invested can become a dollar of resilience, a dollar of inclusion, and a dollar of hope. So let's do it together. Thank you.
Muito obrigada. Nesse momento, convidamos ao
Thank you so much. Now I invite to the stage Tamsin Bilar, Chief Investor from PRI, Isabela Maia, Chief of Sustainability Management of the Central Bank of Brazil, Butch Bacani, Insurance Head of the United Nations Environment Program, and Amaury Oliva, Executive Director for Sustainability. Have a great panel. Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy to have you all here for this second round of panels. And first, I want to say thank you all for being here when we were talking about our focus, a COP agenda. The ones who have been in the previous COP, you know that there is a competition for the events, and having you all here is happiness for us. And I want to say thank you to the partnership, CNseg partnership, who is hosting our Sustainable Forum today, and also the Ambima partnership, who are our partners in this trajectory. This agenda is a previously discussed agenda, both for banks, capital market, insurance, always with a vision that is a deep one over how we allocate the funds or resources. The financial system is on all production chains as we direct funds for positive impacts, social impacts, and climate impacts. We contribute not only for the transition, but for a more sustainable environment. Likewise, an important action is the managing and allocation of funds, risk management, the social, environmental, and climate risks, and the pricing of these risks. So first of all, we had thought about having separate events, but then we thought it's nonsense. Let's put banks, capital market, insurers together because it's a complementary agenda in order to finance the sustainable agenda. Not only the banks, but capital market and insurers must have a joint action. And in this panel, we also thought to have the vision of other partners. So we are sure that nobody can do anything alone. We are on a transition agenda, and we also thought about hearing from PRI their vision on finances, responsible investments, and UNEP-FI, who is a partner of us in several fronts. And at last, our regulator's vision, Isabel is here, and she is the head of this agenda in the central bank. So this gives us opportunities for different visions converging somehow to finance this transition. So for our panelists, I want to thank you very much for being here. Starting with Tamsin, we have talked about having an opening remark from each of the panelists, and then they will talk, and then we will close.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to be here today. So maybe just by starting, Brazil and the world is really at a critical juncture in terms of the opportunities to align the financial system with climate and development goals. And maybe just to highlight a few areas to think through. So the first one is really the urgency of action. Last year we saw climate-related disasters caused, economic losses of $368 billion US, much greater than kind of long-term average. And about 60% of that was uninsured. And we know that these costs are only going to escalate, and in particular, if we're seeing delayed mitigation action. And alongside that, we've just heard from the for NGFS, the Network for the Greening Financial System, on saying delaying action increases those transition costs significantly. 3-year delay going from 0.5% of GDP by 2030 to 1.3%. So, the urgency of action is really clear. But so is the investment opportunities that's associated with the economic transition that's required. This is the growth story of the 21st century, from sustainable infrastructure, clean energy systems, resilient economies. There's a huge opportunity, and we're already seeing investors respond to that. So if we look at clean energy investments, for example, this year that's projected to be around $2.2 trillion US. Fossil fuel investments, 1.1 trillion. So we're seeing where the capital is starting to go. Likewise, nature-based solutions and some work that Capital for Climate have done and just recently announced that there's $10.4 billion US of planned investments that have been identified in nature-based solutions to be deployed between now and 2027. So those investment opportunities are there, and investors are responding to them. Third point I wanted to raise is that the battle for net zero really is going to be won or lost in emerging markets and developing economies. If we look at the energy demand, industrialization, economic growth and development in emerging markets and developing economies, that is projected to result in about 2/3 of global emissions coming from those countries. But again, it's a huge opportunity as well in terms of clean energy deployment and opportunities for leapfrogging in those economies. But at the moment, only about 15% of the energy transition finance is going to those economies, excluding China. So how do we change that? How do we repivot that? And then the last thing I just wanted to say, I suppose my cautious optimism here is that investors are at the table. They are integrating climate risks into governments, into their investment strategies. They are allocating capital to climate solutions. You know, if I look at the work of the Net Zero Asset Owners Alliance, for example, who we work with, you know, they're from 2022 to 23, there's a 46% increase in the amount of capital they're allocating to climate solutions. And that we're only seeing that going upwards. They're engaging with, you know, across the piece, investors are engaging with companies on climate change, engaging with policymakers. So I'd finish there by just saying I have cautious optimism in terms of, yes, there's a big challenge, but I do see that there are the opportunities and we're moving in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Butch, please, your opening remarks.
Hello? Yeah. So what Tamsin mentioned on investment applies to insurers as institutional investors. So all insurers are investors, but not all investors are insurers. So I think collectively, globally, the global insurance industry has around 40 trillion in assets under management. So taxonomies would help channel it to the right place. I'm gonna build on that by adding an insurance dimension. Number one, the title of the session is Financing the Climate Transition. I think it has to be made clear already at the outset that that transition won't be successful if it's only about a clean energy transition. The transition has to be socially just, and it has to be a resilient transition. So these are important ingredients. So we cannot have a narrative of decarbonization only. It has to come hand in hand with resilience and with a socially just transition. So that means what can insurers do on all of those fronts? They could address, when we do this transition, it has to ensure that workers, communities, suppliers, and consumers are not left behind. So social and financial inclusion in an insurance context is actually a very powerful driver of the transition, because that has to be an inclusive one and a socially just one. Mm-hmm. Secondly, it doesn't matter if you finance all the clean energy that you want. If they're going to be in my country, like the Philippines, which has been battered by, I lost count of how many super typhoons have happened in the last 2 weeks. If they are not resilient to extreme weather events, then it won't be a successful transition. This is why I think we need to premise the transition that it has to be socially just and it has to be a resilient transition. Now on decarbonization, there are things that insurers can do to support that transition. Let's start with a growing international agenda by insurers that for high emitting and emissions intensive activities, including fossil fuels, more and more insurers are already having an underwriting policy that will not be looking into those, the most polluting forms of energy. Secondly, before we go to all the clean tech that we need to insure, most of the economy is in the gray zone. It's not in the brown or in the green. So when it comes to steel, cement, agriculture, they also need transition insurance to transition to a cleaner and net zero business model. And there are already innovative products like supporting, for example, agriculture or firms who are transitioning from unsustainable and emission intensive practices to more low carbon and sustainable farming practices. And then when you go to the other end of the spectrum of clean energy, renewables, green hydrogen, long duration energy storage, nature-based solutions, you need insurance for those to attract financing, whether it's public or private financing at scale. So I think these are some of the opening thoughts I have on what is it that insurers can do to make that transition successful.
Thank you, Butch. Bom, agora passo para Isabela.
Now, Isabella, in this first round, we will hear first Isabella then.
Hello. Obrigada, Mauri.
Thank you, Mauri. It's a great honor to be here. Thank you for the invitation. As Central Bank, we understand that the consequences of the climate changes are a global challenge. And we need, as a central bank, to be alert to the impacts of these consequences in the economy so that we can incorporate this in our efforts to fulfill the mission, which is stability, the power of purchase of our coins. And this discussion is something that we have already overcame. And the proof is MGFS. They mentioned Network for Greening the Financial System. That's a volunteer group created in 2017 with 8 central banks that today has more than 140 members, part of this discussion. So this shows how the community of central banks is engaged. And how do central banks can contribute for this decarbonization agenda? Our role actually is to build a sustainable financial system. And we have done this in several ways, but mainly trying to manage social risks, environmental and climate risks, guaranteeing that the financial institutions are able to identify these risks, measure these risks in order to manage them in an adequate way, and therefore guarantee the financial system safety. Another way to act is to try to decrease the difference of information, the imbalance of information, requesting the institutions, the financial institutions, publish these risks in a standardized way and very transparent way to allow that the investors can acknowledge and compare this information when they take their investment decisions. We also contribute to this agenda by participating on several international forums, helping to build a consensus on the best management for the risks and how to introduce them into financial systems, led by the example of applying the management of the central bank, all these practices in our operations. So these are just few examples on how we have acted in this agenda. Central bank social environmental responsibilities is an old value for the Central Bank of Brazil. Our regulation in the field of environment and the environmental sector is from 2008, but for sure, after 2020, recently, it actually grew a lot. And in 2020, this topic, sustainability, became a milestone and core for the central bank. And we have actually we became main actors, not only in our country, but also abroad. Therefore, I believe we have a lot to contribute, to construct, to build together. Several advancements have been performed, but we still have a long journey ahead of us. And it's a great honor for me to be here in Belém at COP30, at COP30, sharing a little bit of these deliveries and efforts that we have performed throughout the years. Thank you. Well, now, questions and answers. First question, I would like to hear from Tamsin. We've discussed throughout this year, together with the government, a sustainable Brazilian taxonomy, Febraban, CNseg, and BIMA. We were active in putting this together, making it work. Central Bank, we did lots of consultations and we checked the market, and it took this entire year. And recently there was the publication by the government, the first rules, the details of the sustainable taxonomy of Brazil. I'd like to hear from you, from your experience, how a sustainable taxonomy, mainly the Brazilian one that we now have, the next stage to work in is the implementation stage. How do the taxonomy and the international phenomena can help the green debt that is needed for the climate financing? Hope it made sense.
So thank you very much. And first of all, just very much welcome the introduction of the sustainable taxonomy framework, which provides a unified classification system for defining what economic activities are aligned with environmental, social criteria. And alongside that, having that technical screening tool for identifying how to label different projects, investments accordingly. And I think also the other point with Brazil's taxonomy is its comparability with other taxonomies like the EU taxonomy, which is so important for, in particular, for international investors with exposure in multiple different markets and being able to have that comparability. So really welcome that. And the Brazilian presidency's work on enhancing global taxonomy interoperability as well. But then to your question, why does this matter for investors? And there's probably kind of four things I'd point to here. So the first one, actually Butch mentioned it before, but about capital alignment. It really facilitates funds to be kind of directed towards activities that are aligned with the transition that I was talking to before. Effectively provides that transparency. So taxonomy aligned investments, a lot easier then to identify for an investor in terms of, does this meet what investment criteria that they're looking for, and for them to understand what's the asset's performance from a sustainability goals perspective. So that transparency enables that capital alignment. It also supports capital mobilization. So governments, corporations looking to issue bonds and using that taxonomy to do so, and enabling them to then invest the proceeds into activities that are aligned with that sustainability criteria. So you get alignment and you get mobilization. But it also supports investor confidence in terms of the thinking about policy and regulation coherence, and knowing that the investments that they are making, if they're taxonomy aligned, are going to be compatible with the sustainability standards, regulatory requirements in that sector, that market, and back to that comparability, cross markets as well. And maybe the last point I'll just raise on this is then about the risk mitigation value as well. So a lot easier for investors then to know that the investments that they're making, have been addressing the environmental, social, regulatory risks. You don't face that same level of exposure, obviously, if you're looking at taxonomy aligned investments. And also then the risks of greenwashing are reduced as well through taxonomy. So a number of different reasons as to why the taxonomy is so beneficial and so, I suppose, so foundational for investors. And if I may, it's also important to recognize that it's thinking about other international frameworks and the work that the Brazilian government has done in terms of being one of the first adopters of the ISSB standards on sustainability related financial disclosures. Equally as important in terms of two sides of the coin, of being able to identify what is applicable with the taxonomy, but then also the disclosure support in terms of understanding which investments can fit with that as well. So yeah, very much welcomed by investors.
Muito bom. Bom, passando agora, Butch, estamos falando pouco aqui da importância da taxonomia.
Now we have talked about taxonomy, transparency, the judicial part. Another important point to foster investments and sustainable finances is to look towards risk. And thinking about risk, insurance is paramount
role
there,
to
right?
work on
So
sustainability.
it reduces risks, it makes investments feasible.
So I would like
I'd like to hear from you how we can
hear from you
transform
how we can transform
the
the
risk
classification of
pricing
risks
into an engine that can direct capital for
sustainable
sustainable projects.
Thank you. I'll address that. I'll answer that in an oblique way. I'll build on what Tamsin mentioned earlier. She mentioned earlier that last year there were about 360 billion in economic losses due to natural disasters. I'm going to add another fact that last year was the 9th straight year that economic losses from natural disasters have exceeded 300 billion. What does that mean? At UNEP, we have an initiative called the Forum for Insurance Transition that includes insurers, reinsurers, insurance regulators like the Bank of England, the European Insurance Occupational Pensions Authority, the Monetary Authority of Singapore, and SUSAP here in Brazil, and others. We also have civil society. Last Friday, we issued a COP30 insurance communique saying that there is a looming global insurability crisis. What does that mean? What this means is that in the global south, there's already chronic and acute lack of access to insurance over many years already. So if you take the case of the V20 countries, V20 countries are originally 20 of the most climate vulnerable countries in the global south, led by their finance ministries. They have now expanded to 70 countries in the global south. They did a study that in the last 2 decades, if you combine all their GDP together into one collective GDP, they have lost 20% of their collective GDP due to climate-related losses. That means their growth has been stunted. And if you look at economies in the south and also actually in the north, you can pretty much say that most economies are made up of micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, as much as 80% in emerging markets. So they are facing a lot of climate shocks. And here's the problem. The problem is that this is not anymore a global south issue. It's not only California and wildfire risk, it's also Australia with flood risk. And a few days ago, Aviva released a study on flood risk in London and Manchester that's affecting insurability in the UK. So what does that mean? What that means is that this global insurability challenge is becoming a systemic issue that could impact financial stability. Because if what is not insurable won't be bankable and won't be investable. It could apply to housing, it could apply to MSMEs, it could apply to agriculture, it could apply to industry, transportation, etc. So insurance used to be a silent cornerstone of economic and financial stability. But now there are cracks globally showing that things are becoming insurable. To your point about risk pricing, you can insure anything that you can price. The question is that price affordable or not? And increasingly, it's showing that it's becoming unaffordable and inaccessible. That will undermine the transition. So what is the answer to that? The answer is something that we all know. We need to reduce and close the emissions gap, the source of climate risk. We need to close the adaptation gap. That means even if we go to net zero tomorrow, we will feel the physical impacts of climate change. So we need to have resilient infrastructure, disaster preparedness, early warning, everything. And we have to reverse nature loss because nature is a natural form of adaptation and disaster risk reduction. So take away nature, you'll have more floods, more extreme heat, more storm surge, and we will be worse off than where we are right now. And obviously nature is also a carbon sink. So this is an issue that could undermine the transition. And this is why, if you were here last Monday, we had Laurence Tobiana, who was one of the architects of the Paris Agreement, saying that there should be a global insurance task force to make sure that we don't get to a global insurability crisis and we reverse that trend. Because and the conclusion for us is simple: a world and an economy that's more inclusive, more resilient, and more sustainable is a more insurable world. And if it's a more insurable world, it will be a more bankable and more investable.
Thanks, Butch. Bom, agora seguindo aqui com Isabela, uma pergunta. Isabela mencionou.
Now Isabella mentioned the role of the central bank, and we did an overview since 2018, all the rules and the advancements of the last years, but the bank has a regulation that comes from 2014, and we have this binomial on how to foster sustainable finances, understanding the positive side of credits, but also managing social risks. There is an entire situation to actually put together to understand these factors. How can banks strengthen the support to projects in a just way, mainly in high emission locations, and how can we measure the impacts? Well, the central bank has worked a lot. We have a broad agenda, including the regulations, prudential regulation, supervision as well, but several other initiatives are considered. But Brazilian banks also have held a role of pioneers. This measure was in 95 with the signature of the Green Protocol. This was a volunteer movement at that time on 4 public banks with the Ministry of the Environment, aiming to bring to the core of the financial decision practices and policies related to the climate. So we know that the challenge to reach the climate objectives are enormous, mainly financially. That's why finance system, Brazilian banks are in the center of this or core of this discussion in terms of engagement. Tatiana Rosito has mentioned on her previous talk today. And how can we do so or do this? We have to have strategic directioning. We have to be traceable because this is very important for credibility of all the instruments so that we can attract more investors. And the Brazilian taxonomy has to contribute in this framework. And also we have to think about impacts, how to measure the efficacy of the resources. First step, I would say that it's to increase the credit line and also the financial instruments to serve these companies that are the huge responsible for the emissions. They have to reduce their emissions. There are some arrangements, such as bonded finance, that can contribute to decrease the risk of these operations. The government has launched Eco-Invest program. There was an important engagement from the bank side on the auctions that have already happened. And one of the objectives of the government is to offer exchange-had possibility for the foreign investments on projects aligned with the Eco-Invest project. Therefore, to increase this credit line. And the second step, traceability. This is paramount. And there was a movement that we can mention on deforestation risks of the Brazilian banks. And when we finance slaughterhouses or meat houses, we should have the tracing of the cattle. And the central bank also has an example, which is the creation of the Rural Credit Bureau. It was created in 2021, and it aims, when giving the rural credit, it will check if the one who is taking the credit is compliant to the social and environmental laws. How? By using technology. There, that is, we provide the ODS coordinates, which is the area that has been financed. We run an entire check to see if we have wetlands overlaps or preservation areas that are surpassing natural reserve areas, and all this work is done. And afterwards, a monitoring of the credit where we check by checking and having this geo-referencing by satellites, we can follow whether there is a commitment, and then we can keep integrity related to these environmental commitments. These are just a few examples on how Brazilian banks are engaged. The monetary side is also engaged, and how we can actually advance in this front. And the third point of your question is about the impact. It's a third variable that we introduce to the decision-taking aspect, and it involves a cultural change, I would say. Several of decisions today are based in risk and the return, but we don't assess the impact in terms of welfare, well-being to the community, to the planet. So we have to introduce this even more for the financial decisions, and this is part of this process. Great, thank you. We are about to close our panel due to time constraints, but I want to hear your last words, 1 or 2 minutes each. And in this last message, please, this is our panel for sustainable investments. How can we escalate our actions? So let's start with Stamson.
Thank you. Okay, I'll be quick, but I think maybe 3 areas to highlight in terms of how do we get more capital aligned with the transition, and in particular thinking to emerging markets and developing economies. I think first one, strengthening economic investment incentives. So, taking a whole of government approach. So, taxonomy aligned investments, as we were talking about, ensuring they're supported by fiscal, regulatory, technical infrastructure to be able to kind of reach the real potential that's there. And I think, again, the Brazilian government's done a fantastic job with the ecological transformation plan and embedding the taxonomy within that. But also giving clarification in terms of sustainability integration, stewardship, that these are core responsibilities for investors. And likewise on fiduciary duty, the need to consider sustainability issues as part of your fiduciary duties. Second one would be about supporting domestic financial markets. So, getting that right enabling environment, as we've already been discussing, whether that's from a financial regulation through to the economic incentives that are there, but also bringing in domestic and regional investors, because that sends a really important signal as well for those investors who really understand that market, and helping to bring other international investors to the table. And maybe my last point is just to recognize that investors are not a homogenous group. They have very different motivations, constraints. So getting really specific on the different types of investors that will be interested in different types of investment opportunities. And there'll be different policy requirements, kind of innovative instruments that are required for those different groups. So I'll stop there. Thanks.
Thanks, Tamsi. Please, Butch, your final remarks.
I'll give you 2 examples of one social and insurance, and then one environmental. Social. In my home country, the Philippines, one insurer, the biggest commercial insurer, is also the biggest micro insurer. They have scaled inclusive insurance to the point that they've insured over 20% of the Philippine population of 110 million. So it can be done on making sure that insurance is inclusive. On the energy transition, 10 years ago, I was part of the international expert group that was formed by the People's Bank of China, China's central bank, and UNEP. And the task was, we had domestic counterparts in China. So the agenda was greening China's financial system, green credit, green insurance, green investment. So their formula was simple. They said that in order to, they will increase the return on investment for clean energy and clean industries, and they will reduce the return on investment on polluting industries. And then they will said they'll raise awareness with on transparency, disclosure, raise awareness with the financial system, investors, etc. So on the way home from Beijing, my UNEP colleagues and I were discussing, if they do that, they're going to be a leader in the energy transition in 10 years' time. So last Monday, I showed a chart on clean tech manufacturing globally around on solar and wind. You can pretty much say that 80 or 90% of that is in China, and the rest is the rest of the world. They have made the energy transition happen. So I gave you 2 examples where it could happen. This is not a pipe dream, but if we have the right enabling environment, the political will, it can come.
Thanks, Butch. Isabella, por favor.
Vou ser bem breve aqui. Não, eu acho que
I'll be very brief here. I believe that the most important remark is challenges are huge, but lots of progress is on the way. We have seen the central bank acting several fronts, as I've mentioned, regulations, supervision, technology. We've done several efforts. We've put several efforts in the partnership of technology and sustainability, and it's amazing and thrilling to see the amount of people who are bringing new ideas, solutions, innovative solutions, using state-of-the-art technology, the Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, blockchain to help solve the challenges on traceability, transparency, integrity of information, data integrity for sustainability. So it's about working together. The central bank has worked very closely to the construction of taxonomy with the Ministry of Finance. I was together with CVM, the Ministry of Finance, talking about the government policies on how we have advanced in this front. Then I think it's just moving in this direction. We have found several challenges and identified them. And the more we move forward, more space we'll have in this agenda. Thank you, Isabella. It's a pleasure, an honor to be the moderator of this panel. Thank you for the partnership with all of you, Central Bank and all the institutions. Also, I want to say thanks to all of you who are present in the partnership of CNseg, Ambima, and all the teams he mentioned as well. And this is the first forum of sustainable finances. Let's think about the second that is going to happen next year, and thank also a partnership that wasn't only for this event. It's a long-term partnership, and these 3 institutions created a joint roadmap with events, studies, actions, and training. We have trained throughout the year, Febraban, CNseg, more than 3,000 people in our sector. I do believe that this is adding efforts that help us advance in this agenda, thinking about next year's COP. So thank you all very much, and we are waiting for you on our next panel. Thank you very much. The next panel of this afternoon has a title, Forests in the Core of the Sustainable Finances, Fostering the climate development and resilience. This panel will talk about how to integrate forests to the financial decisions, mobilizing funds, public funds and private funds for the preservation and restoration of ecosystems, uniting environmental protection and economic development. It will also cover the impacts of the national policies for climate changes with insurers. Besides, thinking about the government, private sector, civil society in order to unlock the climate financing to scale and accelerate an inclusive transition that is fair. Cristiana Reis, please join me. She is the secretary of the carbon market. Good afternoon. So many people here. I'm happy to be here and different of Diogo, who has his electric board to go from one place to the other. First, I want to say good afternoon to you. I am honored to be here at Casa do Seguro for some time. CNseg is organizing this space, and I also want to talk about the perspective of the Ministry of Finance on the forest perspective. Now I heard from Minister Fernando Haddad the task to help the implementation of the regulated carbon market and the volunteer offer, which is on the law 1042. And we are living a very happy moment in Belém with so many actors and actresses of the financial, the sustainable finances world, and also having the possibility to talk about implementation. And I'm with my hands on for the work, and I want to see things happening. And in terms of the, not only talking about the climate crisis, but this is the point of view of the Brazilian government. We are aiming to find in the market opportunities for business to generate revenue and decrease inequality. So at the summit here in Belém, in the meeting of the leaders, we have the perspective of the Ministry of the Finances, and that's a fund called Fundo de Florestas para Sempre. We have already collected 5 million reais. We have several participants, and it's a financial innovation on the foreign relations, because we see as an investment. This is not a donation which was expected. So we see the Paris Agreement is $100 billion, finance projects against the climate crisis. And we see this as a tool for investment that in Brazil and other countries in the south of the globe are not actually giving this role to the richer countries. Brazil was the first one to invest in TFFF, and then Indonesia and other countries are joining us to show that this coordinated action from north to south can become global. And we have to think about the leadership possibilities of the international agenda. And Brazil takes on a tense geopolitical moment, the mediator role for foreign relations regarding the climate. And as I was mentioning, it also puts on the table economic, financial, and technological issues. And with the carbon market, things are not different. It states responsibilities, activities for the ones who are having high emissions, how to regulate the sector, what are the involved sectors, and how the Brazilian emission quotes will be, what are the technologies for that, the offsets. All this tackles on the pathway of the chain. So this is an industrial policy, a policy of innovation and technology, and also of commerce and investment. And at the summit, it was announced the open coalition of regulated markets for carbon. And it's the first time it happened due to the geopolitical interests amongst Brazil, China, and the European Union. With the addition now, we are in 17 or 18 countries who are participating in this coalition. The regulated markets of carbon offer a huge opportunity for Brazil to show and to dialogue with other countries, to exchange experiences with them on three main topics. The subject of this coalition is to take care of the report and monitoring aspects. What are the types of solutions? I know there are several people that can help us in this project, and also counting carbon. What is the carbon foot when we are talking about products? And when we discuss that, we are talking about everything that is related to carbon, so carbon footprint. And when we think about the coalition of countries, we have to understand that in 10 years, we will see an organization of the commerce flows, production, financial flows from abroad, blocked from barriers of carbon. So instead of going in this direction, we should organize ourselves, we should have a joint work, a collaborative work. That's why we have this open coalition. And as the topic is forests, I emphasize the importance to look towards the offsets. What solutions will be considered as offsets in Brazil and in the rest of the globe? The other initiative that the Ministry of Finances has is related with the national agenda, which is taxonomy. Several of you have participated. Brazil has the first edition of Sustainable Brazilian Taxonomy. This edition was elaborated from the beginning to the end in a transparent way with the engagement of the parts. It's a policy that the Ministry of Finances is very proud of. There was an action plan with a contribution from the society in this action plan. Strategic objectives of taxonomy were settled. Their social, cultural objectives, the principles in the Brazilian taxonomy innovates because it has embedded social objectives, inequalities. We have to think about the race discrimination, and we have to have an honest overview and vision. Brazil is a huge producer of commodities, mining. The agribusiness here is also outstanding, and other countries didn't worry so much about that. And we have to advocate about how to perform this interoperability. Before saying that, taxonomy also innovated in publishing and discussing what would be the methodology to select economic activities. We understand that at the first moment, it didn't take care of all activities, but it prioritized following a methodology, the one that observed the importance of economic activities for employment, emitters, the effects related to it, and for the public policy, what are the future parts, although they are small in terms of generation of labor, they can become relevant in the future, such as the new biofuels, sustainable fuel for aircrafts and for aviation, actually, and with more than 300 people involved, 50 are specialists with a technical and consultative committee. I see several of the participants here, CNseg, FEBRABAN, ANBIMA. On behalf of these organizations, I thank all the 18 organizations who actually disseminated the main discussions we've had at taxonomy. And after a long public bid, 4.5 months, 5,000 contributions, we launched the brochures. And as all of you have requested, it's also a financial and economic incentive once it's a volunteer one. And I'm talking about the decree, I forgot the number, from November 3rd, Monday of last week, that settles the sustainable Brazilian taxonomy as an instrument for the federal administration to actually run the report of companies, inclusion and exclusion of credits, taxes, the parameters for the international agreements, the entire ecosystem for insurance. It's a tool that can become a North Star for investments for these sectors that are considered sustainable and that can foster an ecological transformation. And for the Brazilian society, once it is there looking towards this direction and having the instrument that points what is sustainable or not, we need to amplify the dialogue. And the third proposal of the Ministry of Finances, together with the COP organization agenda, is the interoperability on taxonomy. There was a publication in the pre-COP, an event organized by CVM, participation of B3, Central Bank, PRI, for Principles for Responsible Investment. They showed a report of explaining what is interoperability of taxonomy based on principles. So our demand as Brazil aimed that these principles could help investors to compare sustainable taxonomies on each country, and understanding that this is a sovereign choice, country per country, for each society, what would be contemplated, the types of objectives, the implementation schedule, so a respect to these choices and the different realities that will lead mitigation criteria to be different from one country to the other. Besides all this, we also proposed a major opening and flexibility for the investors to search for other sustainable possibilities, not only the energy or the issuing industrial sector. That's why we have solutions applied to the nature, restoration, forests, biofuels, and so far. And also respecting something that respecting the protections that Brazil mentioned. There are some principles that we expect to be commercialized at UNFCCC, show that in countries such as Brazil, that are developing country, taxonomies will actually have a different design, but with the necessity for sustainable growth. And then we have right now our tropical rain in Belém. And I want to close saying that this agenda is coherent and that the country is ready to develop innovative instruments. EcoInvest is here to show that sustainable possibilities on the third edition. We will develop a sustainable budget, the Brazilian platform for investment, country platform. So in about 2 years, on the expectancy of regulation, we expect actually the private sector to see itself contemplated and engage in the segment. And we are doing all the efforts possible so that this agenda will succeed. Thank you very much. And let's start our panel. Right now, I invite to come to stage Luciana Galan, Senior Country Officer of IFC. Lígia Enes, Regulation Coordinator of the Financial System. Garo Joseph Batmanian, Director General of the Forest Service of Brazil. Marcos Cardoso from BNDES. And Luciana Dallagnol, Superintendent of Sustainability for CNseg. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Interesting. We will talk about finances and forests at COP30, happening in the heart of Amazon. And this couldn't be more appropriate. Forests are not only a natural resource, an asset that we have, but it is a life structure that helps in the resilience, the fight on the hydro crisis and other inclusion factors of our country. There is, of course, a challenge which is a concerning one, and we have to think about the value of the forests and financial solutions. And I put a reflection or provocation right here. How can we actually converge the capital for sustainable usage of the soil reforestation can help the economic growth and climate adaptation. We will discuss a little bit about the new requirements of the national policy for climate change and how they can guide banks, investments, and insurers to embed the risks and opportunities about the climate on its strategy. So let's start our talk. I invite our panelists to expose and share the importance of articulation among the public, between the public and private sectors, and acknowledging that there is no just transition. And I invite God to share your reflections on the topic. Thank you, the panelists. Thank you, Cristina. You mentioned TFFF. It's an honor to be here. I usually start my talks with what is my mantra. Standing forest has value. Standing forest has value. And that's what we are talking about. Forest, standing forest, is an option, is an economic option. If it has no value, the option is to remove the trees and use the land for something else. Therefore, I believe that we have to acknowledge this value. We have 3 parts. Brazil consumes around 12 to 13,000 logs every year. that are
madeira do desmatamento ou madeira do manejo sustentável. Existe hoje em dia bom número de empresários que faz o manejo sustentável.
Nowadays, there are several entrepreneurs that work in public lands. Therefore, there is a group that has started working with BNDES for the management of the public lands and the national forests. Therefore, we will serve the requirements of the market, we generate wealth, and we guarantee sustainability in the medium term. How? Having the evolution as we have had, using our methods to do all the necessary activities, such as the notices, and then we get the comparison that we do and then deliver to BNDES, and BNDES can compare, model the finance aspects in a robust way. Therefore, I'm very happy to have seen the bid notice with 4 blocks, 450,000 hectares at B3. First time that we were at B3, and the block that was less was not so competed for. So it's not only about the ones who are in the wood sector. Now, if we don't serve the market here, the demand of wood will twofold, doublefold for 2050. What do we have to do? Finance sector, guarantee. The entrepreneur of the forest sector don't have a lot of assets to offer as a guarantee. They don't have a cellulose industry or something large to offer as a guarantee. So this is the first issue. The second point are the terms, the parameters of the loans. They are not coherent, because when you do a sustainable management, you extract the first 3 on 3 years. Now, if you have a loan that has a 6-month there as a moment to wait for that investment, we have to consider other things. And 1 million degraded areas are in the national territory. And today, it's a great pleasure to say that we launched the first notice for a forest concession for restoration, where the concessionary will receive the credit. As Cristina mentioned, they will gain carbon credit due to the forest that they have there, or due to the forest that was planted. And the government needs to monitor, but we don't need to invest. We don't need to put the money there. And then comes insurance. As this is an activity that Armídio Fraga calls pre-competitive activity, because restoration is something new in Brazil, we don't have insurance instruments. Abroad, they have insurance instruments that we don't. So an obvious question, the man planted trees, then there is a fire, but he bought a carbon credit. So who to blame for? The one who bought the credit and didn't receive, or the one that was on the carbon credit side? So there are insurances today. If there is a plague or something that is not as bad as a fire, but we have to think about insurances for the market of restoration or reforestation. And this is a huge market, because the most efficient way to remove the carbon from atmosphere is planting trees. And planting trees is within a CLIMA convention known as carbon storage. It is known by the climate convention as a carbon removal and carbon storage. And Brazil, not proudly, has area for restoration or reforestation. We can do this in large scale. We are working on 15,000 hectares, and we have 7 more concessions that are planned inside PPE as objective of the government, supported by IDB and the government. And the third point are the private lands. In the private lands, where the place you're going to make money with the standing forests is bioeconomy. And it doesn't matter to use the forest because everybody, I believe, was gifted as a bag with andiroba, açaí fruit. You like to have bacuri ice cream, and it generates a lot of work. Restoration generates employment. So lots of work are generated, but we have the bioeconomy. The person extracts andiroba fruit, and what will guarantee that? And the guy who works, or the man who works with açaí fruit. So we have to think about finance instruments to adequate to this specific reality, and the same thing for restoration. There are several companies here who are actually working with agroforestry systems with native trees, cupuaçu, cocoa, and several other species. And then they include 1 or 2 that are not native ones, but they plant a forest. The majority of the revenue comes from that, and they also generate carbon credits. So these are the areas we are working at. We can expand. We have plans to expand in the public lands with PPIs. We have concessions for some lands and 7 for restorations. But we have received help to unlock this market and reach the potential that this market can have in Brazil, generating labor or employment and revenue. I emphasize employment and revenue because I'm thinking about the amounts of jobs that we can generate. The restoration we launched today, 1,000 jobs. 1,000 jobs in the city of São Paulo, no big deal, but 1,000 jobs in a municipality with 10,000 people changes the city or municipality. So we have to understand that we are not solving the GDP, but in the forest, we are protecting it, and we will generate revenue, profits for the people who live there. Although it's not going to change the Brazilian GDP in 10%, okay, we know that the cubic meter of IPEA, a specific tree, is expensive. So putting this aside, we have to generate jobs and revenue. And in these 3 lines, with the finance from the market, we can help companies who already want to do so and to work with that. Thank you, Garo, for your considerations. You shared interesting points for us to talk. You mentioned the guarantees, the changes in parameters, the long-term concessions agreements, and also the necessity for insurance instruments and the restoration more closely to this demand. Some initiatives are already observed in the sector. And of course, panels such as this one foster the debate itself and the possibility to put close together the offer of insurances and the demand to foster and to help this sector. Luciana, I'd like to hear about IFC, how we can broaden this and how can we have financing for the forests. I want to say thank you to all organizers, panelists who are here. My name is Luciana Galan from IFC. IFC is the arm of the World Bank who is focused in the mobilization of private capital for sustainable investments, whether they are for reforestation, regeneration, and generation of labor, of employment. As said previously, in order to have the standing forest, we also have to understand that the people who live in a forest need to have a work and revenue so that they will not cut trees. So this is very important for us. And said that, we have developed mechanisms of bioeconomy, agroforests, and also guarantees so that we can have these inhabitants of the forest generate revenue, and therefore we can reach a sustainable growth. I will explain later on a little bit more, but we have capital. EcoInvest is an example. Having the capital towards that is possible once we use the correct mechanisms, once they are transparent, once we have governance, and this can be used not only in the local market, but in the international market. Thank you. Thank you, Luciana. I believe that you gave us good points about private capital, and the good news is that it's there, it exists. What we need is to build the bridges to bring the access for this capital closer with governance, with reliability. Marcos, I will let you explain in the vision of BNDES how the forest financing is and how you see the perspective for the future of this agenda to us. Thank you. Thank you, Luciana. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of BNDES, I thank the invitation from Casa do Seguro. And the question is very interesting because we have organized an umbrella that is BNDES Forests. What is under this umbrella? It has only one mission, which is to contribute to scale business in the forest sector of Brazil, to accelerate the expansion rhythm of the sector. And we have worked some bottlenecks with public banks, talking with the sector since 2023. We have identified the bottlenecks to find solutions for the market and so on. One of them is financing. I have mentioned, and we have had other investors, and we've talked about green infrastructure. Forest is green infrastructure. I have worked for a long time in banks on renewable energy sectors, and what is mobilized there is very similar to what we are talking about here, mainly when we talk about land. So when we finance infrastructure, when we talk about capitals and financing, this is paramount. We have a tool together with MMA, which is the Climate Fund, Fundo Clima. It's interesting because it has a term that is feasible, as was said, the importance to match the rhythm of the receivables from the business with the condition that is stated by the financing. And the Fundo Clima, a climate fund, can give 5 years to originate the credit. And we understand that there are satellites and other companies coming. And so we are talking about, let's talk about the first certification. We have to have a line that walks together with the financing, and this, and we are talking about these possibilities, and we have a cost that is around 3 to 4% per year. And I was making a joke. No. What you're talking is the final price. The finance price is 1%, but the most expensive line is the one that is not available. Imagine you have one of these lines and nobody accesses those. So let's try to put this to the ground. And since January 2023, we were talking to the sector. The sector is accelerating. This is fact. And we have done what was needed from January 23 until today, almost 2026 already. We approved 14 financing operations for 13 different actors. One I can mention, because the ones in Ricoin, recurrence, 2 operations we have approved for them. So Ricoin is one, other 3 are new. And with that, we mobilized 1.9 billion reais, 1.9 billion reais on our hands with a contract planted, and they're growing. So I'm not talking about hypothesis, it's a fact. And for companies in the sector, it's different, because sometimes we talk about Mombaki, restoration, all that are supported by us, but there are companies on the SAFI sector, the reforestation and reproduction. We have had something with Patria today, so we are talking about cocoa, coffee, avocado, together with native forests. So all that we support is native, but we have no preconcepts about the regulation of the sector. So we actually support symbiosis, the silviculture. We support the native ones, eucalyptus, to actually have the reliability. There are managements of forests that we have supported, Mil Bandeiras with fresh wood. We have supported companies of different sizes. Suzano is a company, and I mentioned big companies, and the Fona, which is from Itatiara, an average size company, medium size company. Florida Chia, the first federal concession that was structured by the bank. You know it very well with carbon. And I'm exemplifying because this is our moment. And the banks are a huge way for dissemination. In the next chapter, I'll talk about that. I see Nel Fleck from Santander, Bradesco, Itaú Bank. They ask, are you going to have prospects or not? And then I say, can we do 2 things with velocity and then project fund with the speed? But when we think about Article 6 and regulated market growing, we have to have the projects on the floor. They have to be grounded. And when we talk about the sector, people ask, is there going to be a fire? But if we have a planted land, bring protection. All of you probably know, because it's very technical, but it's not a monster. We are doing what is needed, 7 billion reais, including the non-refundable. So the first part I wanted to talk about was financing, and the second part is on demand, about carbon credits specifically. Several people say, well, there is financing, but who is going to buy the carbon credits? We have seen that several foreign companies are buying. Please keep buying and buy more. But who do we see? Microsoft. And these are public announcements. And What is interesting is that things are happening, and we have talked to a neighbor who's right in front of BNDES, and that's Petrobras. Petrobras has its carbon footprint. Their business is like that, and we provoked this way. Let's do YRR, a carbon of high integrity, because the bottlenecks of the sector are there. And how can we not have a carbon agreement? Of course, Mobach knows that BNDES is financing, but we cannot disclose. But how would we actually disseminate to everybody, maybe in a smaller scale, to have carbon at the edge? And what we did was this: we sat together, no sound coming. Yeah, the mic was good. Probably I'm talking too much, but okay, I'm within my time. And what we did was to work with them, and I have to mention the partners, right? Because they help us, and some people forget about the partners. They forget them. But Wix was with us, Agroícone, Marflora, Marcos Filho, and Petrobras and BNDES. They designed the carbon contract. Imagine doing all this through months, but a very good contract was elaborated. But most important of all, it's a balanced contract, because you have a gigantic oil and gas company, then you have a huge person, BNDES actually on the financing side, and then the smaller one. So we did a balanced agreement in terms of biodiversity, the number of species we will plant, CCP, but we have to have a good reference contract. And yesterday, they opened an auction for purchase of carbon credit that is inspired in ProInfa, which is a program for purchase of renewable energy. And it's an example that the bank is giving. So we will reveal price, we will disclose price, and then we talk. But are you talking about 30, 50, $100? No, we will have a public auction for high integrity carbon, and we already have a public contract. Anyone can download it. So the next talk, if I have the chance to, I will talk about guarantee that Garo mentioned, and project finance, and the next steps. And I think I'm just talking too much. They cut my mic. Thank you, Luciana. Back to you. Thank you, Marcos. It's great to hear all these examples that are concrete ones. They are reality for us. And to have the partnership of BNDES as a financing for this agenda. Well, I have a question to Lígia, and then also for Cristina. Once we have heard about the Brazilian forest works and BNDES, and what about the government? What is the vision of the government to unlock all this and to foster this agenda? Well, first of all, I want to say thank you for the invitation. And also I want to congratulate Cristina, who accepted this invitation to be the extraordinary secretary for carbon credits. You have a lot of work ahead of you, and I just wish you all the success. And the partnership here at the Ministry of Finance, I'm talking from the side of economic reforms, and there have an area for finance regulation, and several of you, I believe, work directly with us. We work for insurances, capital market, finance, and complementary funds, complementary pensions. And it has the capacity to bring sustainability and preservation for forests. And we have seen that the central bank has had a leadership in terms of the rural credit, and is a world leader for the financial recovery. And also with the 9.3 resolution from 2023 brought also this policy of
arcabouço aí de que as empresas precisam
bringing a
relatar, né,
framework
trazer
that
esse
is
relatório de sustentabilidade, né, no próximo ano como
required from the
obrigatoriedade.
companies to
E a SUSEP
report,
também,
and
né,
SUSEP
nessa agenda aí
also
do CNSP,
in this agenda
agora,
of
né, há 2
CNSP.
semanas atrás saiu a
2 weeks ago,
resolução
there was the
458,
launching of
tudo nessa
458
integração, nessa
resolution,
direção,
all integrated
em
towards
prol
this direction
de sustentabilidade, de fazer, né, o
to help
sistema financeiro lato
sustainability
sensu,
and also to make a lato
buscar
senso on the finance
investimento e
side,
buscar uma
seeking for
direção de
investments and also
sustentabilidade, de
seeking for a
responsabilidade, né,
sustainability
de trazer
direction and
a
responsibility
regulação
or
junto
reliability
com o próprio mercado que já se
direction, together
adianta
with the
muitas vezes,
market
né,
that sometimes
a lógica
advances,
aqui não é trazer
the
uma
logic
obrigação a
that
mais, mas
it's
trazer
not to
padronizações,
add
trazer
one
regras
obligation, but it's
consistentes que façam com que
standardization rules that are consistent that can
setor
help
ele se
the
adiante, né, ele
sector
já
to
veja que
go forward.
segurar uma
But
atividade
we'll understand that to
com risco
ensure an
ambiental
activity
não
with
é o que
environmental risk
é
is
bom,
not
né,
what is good
para o risco daquela
for the risk
operação,
of
do
that
financiamento.
operation
Então,
in
eu
the
acho que
financing. So I
você
believe
breve
that
aqui, né, para
I
as
will be
perguntas, mas
very brief to
eu
answer
acho que essa
questions, but
integração
I
de
believe
todos os
that this
reguladores e,
integration of
lógico,
all
de estar aqui na
regulators
Casa do Seguro e nesse
and
fórum,
being
né,
here
com
at
Ambima,
Casa dos
Febraban,
Seguros,
né,
participating
todas
on the
as
forum with
associações, é muito
Ambima,
importante
Febraban,
conversar isso,
all
né?
associations, it's very important to
Conversar,
talk about all this,
citar
to
Ministério da Fazenda, enfim, outros ministérios
have the Ministry of
setoriais, né, a
Finances, other
sociedade, representantes
sector
do
ministries,
mercado e
and
da sociedade civil,
representatives
para
from the
trazer uma
market
regulação
and civil
consciente,
society
mas também
to put
ela
together a conscious
sendo
regulation, but also
proporcional e
it being
também
proportional
atingir peculiaridades de
and
cada setor,
able
né? O
to
setor
reach
seguro tem um
peculiarities
olhar,
of each
o setor
sector. The
financeiro
insurance
tem outro,
sector
né? O
has one
setor
vision, the
mercado de capitais tem
finance has
outro. Então,
another,
ir
and
gradualmente de
capital
acordo
market
com
sector has
a
another one. So
necessidade e a
according to the
possibilidade de cada setor
necessities
da gente
and the
ir e
possibilities
aí
of
sim
each sector, and
conseguir,
then
através
yes,
dessa regulação,
being
dar
able
suporte
through
para a
these
gente
regulations to give
financiar
support to finance
florestas
or
grandes,
fund
florestas e outros
forests
tipos
and
de
other
produção sustentável, né,
types of
social também, não
sustainable
só a parte
productions,
verde,
the
né, como
social
a
part, not
Cristina
only the
falou, a
green
taxonomia
side, but as
brasileira, ela
Christina
traz
said, the Brazilian taxonomy
essa grande carga social e de inovação que é algo
shows the social
importante, né? Não
load
adianta a gente
and
ter a
its
floresta em
importance.
pé,
So
né, e os moradores
only
dessa
having
floresta
the
passando
standing
fome, tendo necessidades.
forest
Então, acho que
with
tem que
the
ser muito
individuals
integrado.
hungry
E é isso. Vou deixar
doesn't
agora
make
para
sense. We
abrir
have
as
to have
perguntas.
an integration of all that.
Obrigada.
Thank you.
Cristina, deixo aqui para sua reflexão.
Christina, for your reflection, if you want to add something that Lígia mentioned, please.
Obrigada. Tá, muito rapidamente.
Very briefly, first of all, thank you, Lígia, partner as RE, and when I was in the Secretariat of Economic Policies, they were very close, and now we are on different secretariatships. You were in one, led by Marcos Pinto, and I will go back to the original question on the public-private point. We had several people from the government talking to us. The coordination work that I do believe sometimes is a little invisible for some, and all these initiatives articulate. And I believe that regarding forests, there are some committees with the participation of the civil society, government, that brings a dynamic for the discussion. Marcos mentioned the Climate Fund, which has a committee with lots of participants, and that has had dialogue, and both for the refundable side and for the non-refundable side. And they talked about how the emissions of the Treasury with a committee for sustainability brought this discussion to the government. In the case of a carbon market, I already talked about taxonomy. It's a wide governance, but several of the chains of the forest will be extended on the next editions of taxonomy. It started with eyes towards silviculture and regeneration of native forests. But then we have a strong demand by IBA that aims amplifying the ecologic issues. And this is a pathway that we have to follow. And Garo is right when he talks about the standing forest, saying that it brings several production possibilities by economy with possibilities to generate profit for these people who are in this territory, who are sustained on labor and income. And that's what will make the change of inequalities to happen. And then carbon market. Next week, if things work out, we will launch the decree for the settlement of the consultative committee. There is a law for that with participation of the civil community and the public sector. And within this committee, we will have a chamber for regulation subjects divided by entities who are regulated, all covered by EMCE. And this will bring coherence for different activities together with this vision, which is the vision of Lula's government to foster employment, reduce inequalities, and climate and environmental sustainability. And a last point about the law 1542 is that this act brings several definitions that were expected. And together with you, you understand that we suffered until, we struggled actually, until we could have this law approved. Because there we have the definition of the hedge projects, jurisdictional or not, defining the carbon credit. It's an interesting judicial point, but we see all the aspects, considering the judicial aspects, and also considering the bilateral possibilities. But the SBC and carbon credit commercialized in the stock market has a value. And there is a regulator for that, and we expect that all the generation of carbon credits, either volunteered by conservation and maintenance, that must be valued, adding restoration, generation, allow Brazil to become a world leader, not only of being producers, but commercializing carbon credit, and mainly in finance markets. Today, this is my 5th talk, and one of the topics that are asked is about the rhythm, because today the transferred carbon credits abroad by CNseg or CORSIA, they are the ones with higher market value, above $50. Of course, there is a national interest to generate credits. We can make that available together with a logic that will not hurt our NDC interests and whatever is determined. And we do believe that there are possibilities, and there will be announcements that are important ones on lateral agreements, MOUs in this COP. These perspectives are growing. They bring novelties, and what is important is that this happens in a transparent way, and that the expectations align and happen in a realistic way. Marcos said, this potential of offer, where will the demand come from? So there are sources for demand. Companies are actually fixing their ESG objectives. There is the international market, SBC, with obligations on the major issuers, and we expect that in an organized way, and it's a role of the organization, that this will unfold the best way possible. And to close, I'd like to mention the declaration of sustainable, joint sustainable solutions that was written when we launched the decree for taxonomy last year amongst the Ministry of Finance, Central Bank, Previc. As Lígia mentioned, we are already acting in a coordinated way. So this declaration is written, and there we can find the necessity to act jointly towards bringing these instruments for sustainable and innovative finances in a coordinated way so that the private sector that will actually manage that with partnerships and making it complementary for the public sector, helping these markets to succeed. Thank you, Cristina. Thank you for your thoughts. The environment, when regulated, brings more reliability, mainly in terms of financing and investments. And Lígia mentioned about the recent publication of 485 resolution that set some criteria for social environmental evaluations. And CNseg has developed a tool to guarantee that the insurers are in compliance with this with these norms. It's ready, it's working, it is being offered. The members of CNseg have a guarantee of governance that is fulfilled internally so that no insured area in Brazil can be offered, or any area that has had slave work or has been devastated will be embargoed or have any sanction or any sue. And so we have to govern this risk. And moving towards the end of our panel, I ask each of you to give your final remarks and a perspective for the future from now to 5 years from now, where we are at today and where we want to be in 5 years. I'd like you to start, Garo. I believe that the legal framework that regulates is already there. We have created for the management for carbon. Cristina mentioned this part, and this is what we are discussing at COP. We are in the implementation stage, and I believe that in 5 years, we will not be pre-competitive. There will be a competition, and the competition will be large. 2 examples so that you can reflect, because he even mentioned the companies. So that you have an idea, a mill madeireira from the wood sector, it has its, it actually bought the thermal plant in Itacoatiara, convinced it to run in biomass, and now it gets the carbon credit with the residue of the discharge from wood. And it is, so I'm talking about ways to develop other business. So when we have a regulation mark, it's time for us to implement. We launched the quote for environmental reserve. The ones who have more forest than the legal reserve, after 13 years of the forest code, we launched the quote for environmental reserve. So instead of devastating, they sell that quote for the ones who were selling legal reserve. and we will do the management of that. So I'm talking about things that our regulation mark allows now. So let's expand, and I see with good eyes that we will be serving with wood. Bioeconomy will offer products and new ways to invest, such as the environmental quote reserve, thinking about the residues will become very common. And I see space for you from the insurance side to develop finance instruments that will guarantee the business, not from the regulation side, but from the finance side. And then putting the two together, we can go ahead. Thank you, Garo. Luciana, in the perspective of IFC, your final remarks on how we are and where we want to be. It's on, yes. Well, the investment requires previsibility and transparency. There was a question that if I could ask, was this question. If you could choose, what would you choose? Improvement of governance, more capital, or data? So capital is there. It will reach us. The first that came to my mind was I want governance, but then I thought, no, I want data. I want real, reliable data because they will lead towards governance. And then we can even say about the group acting and other development banks who are participating in frameworks for titles of sustainable debt or greens or thematic ones. We have participated on those. But I could also talk about an emission that was done by the bank from Ombaki Group, where the bank issued, well, the World Bank was responsible for issuing, and the excess of the coupon decreased according the group fulfilled its objectives on that title. So this is interesting. And I will briefly mention something that I think is much more interesting and that I believe that we have to scale up. So thinking about EcoInvest as an operation, it's a known company, and it buys from small producers, from people that extract from the Amazon. And we invested, IFC invested on a fund where it, as a buyer, as an off-taker, it gave the first loss, 10% of the first loss, and we invested in the mezzanine. So now we want to scale up. We want that this catalytic capital belongs not only to one company, but it could belong to the subsidized resources that instead of going to large companies, they can go and help finance these small producers. And that can, as mentioned, the standing forest and the people there will have an income, and that the standing forest also goes the other direction. So I'm optimistic about this. We will be able to scale this structure. And I do believe that there are other mechanisms, and I believe that we can not only perform this guarantee per se, but play this game of catalytic capital that can be used by the investor to establish its guarantee so that he feels comfortable with the risk. But for that, we need transparency, we need information and data. And that's it. Thank you. Thank you, Luciana. Marcos, I'd like to hear a little about you on your view from the side of BNDES for 5 years from now. Well, Luciana, I imagine, and I expect, and I believe that we will see a successful Brazilian forest market, because God is working with us a lot. I'm just making a joke here, but we are giving several concessions, and this area that is being managed by the bank, it's compared to the size of the United Kingdom. So we have room for growth and concessions. And what I talk about 2023 to now, project finance, I believe that that will be overcome. We'll have several projects implemented and that will be concrete. And we are talking about large companies giving benefits to several workers. We are talking about 70,000 employees and degraded areas that will become forests. 280 million trees will be planted. So this is a huge impact. And it's paramount that for the insurance side, they are doing her job. And the learning we got from the agro, eucalyptus sector has brought a lot of learning, and the insurance from the agro can also help. Insurers are talking about putting together a pool for carbon credit, but how can we put a pool together if we don't have a project? Where will the pool be if we don't have water? So it's making a game with the word swimming pool and water. But anyways, stop talking about banks because it's a little boring. We have to finish in an optimistic way. Because I say this way, we have to make this happen, because the alternative is here. Unfortunately, there are organized crimes, and if we don't organize and make this happen, we will not have a standing forest for real. We will no longer have opportunities for people standing forest, and that the person there is hungry. There will be no standing forest. I'm not sure if I was optimistic.
Obrigada, Marcos. Lígia, por favor.
Lígia, please. Thank you, Marcos. Well, I do believe that 5 years from now, I also have an optimistic view. I believe that Brazil is showing that we are doing the homework, several projects, several different fronts in practice and in terms of regulations, and we cannot not be positive. And in 5 years, I believe that we will be in a hype. Brazil will be even better. And the protagonism of the insurance companies for this financing is relevant, is very relevant, because several possibilities will not happen, several businesses will not happen if they have no financing. If the insurers deny coverage for certain activities, such as illegal deforestation or slavery work, they cannot develop an activity that generates even more deforestation and that can potentialize sustainability problems. So the role of the insurers will become even more important 5 years from now. And I will just put a provocation here. There was a resolution that 5202 was issued from CME, thinking about an interpretation that is a more restrictive one on the risk management for sustainabilities and opportunities in terms of climate, social, and so far. And then to actually provoke together with the society, together with SRE, for the open private societies. Thinking about the resolution today that covers pension funds, insurer. The one that we have right now is very broad. There was a broad flexibility there on the management of sustainable risks and investments. And then I do believe that bringing representatives from the sector so that we can talk and interact, bring more alignment or cause more alignment together with what was done for the pension funds. And having rules and about investments, invest not because it's under regulation, but because it's profitable, it's safer to make this kind of investment. It allows the possibility for more profitability. So we have to look forward. We should not wait. We should not have us running after you and not the other way around. And we are available to have an open dialogue with the market, with the Ministry of Finances, and with the other authorities in the finance sector. And I believe that we can have more innovation and things that we can't even imagine right now. So I'm very optimistic, and I look positively to the 5 future years. Cristina.
Eu vou começar fazendo o jabá da secretaria aqui.
I will start actually talking about the secretariat, secretaryship, and it's not only for the 5 years to come. We have a publication that was issued with metrics for December 26. We publish the legal norms related to the 1542 law on the first phase, faster convergence of the vision on the main players interested in ISPCE through communication, capacitation or training, and participation. And third, to elaborate a proposal for government so that the management agency, PCE, which is the extraordinary secretaryship that is a temporary one, develop monitoring, a central report for the emissions. 5, contribute to have a dynamic carbon market, including forests, focusing on the social return of the projects, and also to structure one of the secretaryships that are agile. This is a management scope. So for 5 years, to structure and foster successful carbon markets, evolution, and fostering benefits that are sustainable, social, and so far. So I hope that all this revolution has started. The present results of the government are very interesting. The lowest rate of unemployment in history. Several people that were in poverty and extreme poverty are no longer there, and a better hygiene index that measures inequalities that are big, and we expect that to improve. And for 2040, the country should have double-folded the per capita GDP. Thank you so much. Well, I will close our session now. This panel is being wrapped up, and I hope to reach COP31 with new financial instruments, guarantees, insurances to narrow this bottleneck that we have today, and also putting the insurance sector in the center of this discussion. And as an insurer, we have our doors open to create opportunities not only for the market, but for our country. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and enjoy Casa dos Seguros through COP30. Thank you. And to close our forum today, I invite Diogo Oliveira, President of CNseg. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This talk wasn't planned, but I want to share that I'm very happy to have been here this afternoon following all the debates. It's true happiness. What we could see is that a lot has been done. We saw several announcements of deliveries that are ready, and we have a lot of work to do. But I'd like to mention the book Sapiens from Yuval Harari. It narrates the history of Homo sapiens and how Homo sapiens actually was outstanding before the others and became dominant in history. And there are two paramount elements that helped Homo sapiens to prosper, to succeed. First, the capacity to collaborate or to cooperate. Homo sapiens is the animal that can cooperate the most compared to other animals and to perform joint tasks. And the second element is the capacity to imagine. And the capacity to imagine amplifies in a magnificent way the capacity to cooperate that the Homo sapiens has. So the capacity to imagine that we belong to a country makes us act all together in this country, cooperating to that country. And the capacity to imagine that we are only one humanity and that we occupy one only planet helps us find solutions that we need to face the challenges of sustainability. So I leave this house today very happy because I saw that we are cooperating. We are cooperating in a global sense, in an integrated way, and with a lot of imaginative capacity. So I want to thank very much all our panelists, all our partners, all the audience, because I've said COP is not done by the audience, it's done by the panelists. All of you are actors, are actresses, or players that have the capacity to transform this activity or this reality. So I'm very happy to share my happiness with all of you. Good night, good evening, and good night to everyone. Thank you very much to all participants today. I also want to say thank again to our supporters, Alien, Accent, BB Seguros, Bradesco, Caixa Seguridade, Mafrig, Marsh McLennan, Porto, Prudential, and Tokyo Marine. Remembering that all the talks will be available in our YouTube channel. I invite you all to our end of the day cocktail and have an excellent night.